Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings are being conducted by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx Webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing can watch it on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or by telephone. Committee members are participating by video. Registered participants will connect by audio only. Participants are automatically muted on entry. You will be unmuted by staff when you are called on to speak on your item. For all those who are waiting online, please ensure that you have called in with the phone number that you were originally registered with. If you call in with a different number, you will not be able to speak on that item. To ensure audio clarity, I suggest that you do not use the speakerphone function on your telephones. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Alan Smithies, and I will chair today's meeting. Joining us on the panel today are Nadini Sankar Peralta, Asif Khan, and Paul Kidd. City staff are also present: Simon Lamb, Chris Pereira, Alex Chu, Emily Greco, and Sam Mosiani. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone attending today who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the committee's decision, it may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. The hearing procedure is as follows. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant will proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak on that item. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into the committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, is given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute limit. When addressing the committee, please state clearly your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters described in the application. The applicant or agent proceeds first and will make their presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. To ensure that a revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes, the committee may decide to defer the application if it is substantially revised. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application are invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the previous speakers. This marks the end of discussion on the item. The application is then taken into committee for a decision. We have no minutes to approve, so I'll move on to, are there any committee members who have a conflict of interest they'd like to declare? No? Okay, thank you. We have no files to be closed, and we have we'll move on to our agenda. We have a deferral request for item number 9. So we will deal with that one first.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. The agent for item number 9 is not on the call right now, so if you just want to start from item 1.
We'll start. Thank you, Mr. Pereira. Okay, we'll start with our regular agenda. We will go to our first item on the list. Item number 192 ARJAY Crescent. I have 9 people registered to speak, and the agent is a Michael Goldberg. Are you there, sir?
I am, sir.
Yes, Mr. Goldberg, thank you very much. Can you get your full name and address, please?
My name is Michael Goldberg. My firm's name is Goldberg Group, 2098 Avenue Road, Toronto, M5M 4A8.
Okay.
Or M5M4A8, yes.
Thank you, sir. Since we have other speakers interested in this item, if you could give the committee a presentation on this proposal, sir. But before we start, I wanted to note that there are a number of reports, city reports on file with your application. There is a recommended conditions from Urban Forestry. There's a report from Development Engineering dated the 4th of March. I had no objections to the application. And there's also a report from City Planning dated the 2nd of June. I just wanted to ask, sir, have you had the opportunity to review those reports, sir?
I have, and I can advise the committee that I have no objection to the conditions that were requested by community planning, or the one condition that was proposed by Urban Forestry, and Engineering and Construction Services did not request any conditions.
Yeah, they had Development Engineering, they had their standard conditions.
Yes, we have no objection to that.
Okay, thank you. Sir, if you could give the committee a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Yes, I'm going to ask the person controlling the screen to move to the combined site plan about 2 screens over. 1. Well, we can start there. That's fine. So this is the neighborhood, this being ARJAY. I have reviewed all the correspondence from various residents, and I put them into 2 categories. There's the ARJAY residents, and there's there are 2 people that have corresponded from Bayview Ridge behind Mr. Mintz in particular, and I will address Mr. Mintz's comments. In terms of the ARJAY, they seem to principally not want change that is prompted by the consent application. I'm just going to say that this is an extremely large lot. I think the graphic on the screen demonstrates that there is no variance before you for either lot frontage. We exceed the lot frontage in both cases, and we well exceed the lot area in both cases. So these are not only zoning compliant lots, but these are lots that are in keeping with the neighborhood. And while the official plan has neighborhood protection policies, it also says that neighborhoods will not be frozen in time, and moderate infill housing through consents are in fact permitted in neighborhoods. So we've got a bylaw 569-2013 that requires 18 meters and 690 square meters of lot area, and we well exceed that in both cases. In terms of Mr. Mintz's comment, Mr. Mintz, if you could just scroll up a little bit so we can see above, there we go. Mr. Mintz, oh, that's a little too far. That's still too far. Yep, that's fine right there, thank you. Mr. Mintz is the lot immediately to the north that occupies approximately about 2/3 of the rear frontage. And his concerns seem to be singularly not about the consent at all, but about the trees in the that are in the rear of the property. And what I'm going to ask you to do is if you can go to the combined site plan, please, on the presentation. Not the next one. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. You can see where Mr. Mintz's property starts. It's the green line. That's about 2/3 along the rear lot line. So he occupies about the western 2/3. And what is shown on here is we filed both a tree preservation plan and a tree, an arborist report. And we agree with Mr. Mintz in all respects that all of those trees at the rear of the property should be preserved. So what's being shown on the screen are the tree protection zones. There is no encroachment into the tree protection zones. Urban forestry will require appropriate hoarding be placed outside of the tree protection zones. And even in that case, the buildings and everything requiring a variance is well set back from those trees. So we are happy that Urban Forestry has reviewed this. They've attached the condition. And I will say that our owners have been in touch with Mr. Mintz and his representative, and we will continue to work in good faith and in a collaborative fashion with Mr. Mintz to ensure that all of those trees are preserved and they are not damaged. And this did not. The main point is that his comments do not speak to the variances or the consent that is before you. So I can go through the various minor variances. Really, no one raised any particular concerns about any particular minor variance, and possibly I can answer questions in the interest of time, but I am very satisfied that we work collaboratively with community planning. We communicated with them throughout the processing of the application. We filed the necessary arborist and tree preservation plan, and you have the comments from Urban Forestry, and there will be a future process for Urban Forestry in any event, and we're happy that there's no objection from any public department to the consents or minor variance applications. Thank you very much, committee.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll move to the next person on the list. I have Jan May, M-E-I. Are you there? Jan May, M-E-I. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Jan May, 28 ARJAY Crescent.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Actually, I'm objection. I have objected. I don't want my neighbor to build split into two houses. I think that's my opinion.
Okay. You have no objections?
I have objections.
Okay, if you'd like to give us what your objections are, sir?
I don't want this house split into two houses.
Okay, all right, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Yingtao Zhu, XU. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, let's move on to the next person. I'm trying to get a hold of this person.
Okay, I'll go to the next person on the list. Jairu Zhang, Z-H-A-N-G. Are you there?
Dear members, I'm here.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, this is ARJAY Zhang from 26 ARJAY Crescent.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application, please.
Yes, please. Hello members, and also hello Michael Goldberg. I'm actually representing also 28 ARJAY Crescent, 31 ARJAY Crescent, 32 ARJAY Crescent, 46 ARJAY Crescent, 29 ARJAY Crescent, 33 ARJAY Crescent, 106 ARJAY Crescent, 99 ARJAY Crescent, and 94 ARJAY Crescent. We all have objection towards this 92's new proposal. So first of all, I want to say that ARJAY Crescent has retained its unique landscape and neighborhood. So each one of us has planted our property with very nice trees and flowers. allowing families to experience the nature and neighborhood with the views of the community. And then we recently have received mails from 92 ARJAY Crescent earlier last week, stating that they want to propose to split one lot of land into 2 residential lots. However, we have very minimal time to communicate with 92's owner and with other neighbors. For some reason, we don't know. We never received a mail from the COA, and then we just have a very indirect notice. Some of us walked through by the houses and saw they want to propose this proposal. And then so 92's RJ proposal is to increase the building density of RJ and then reduce the greenery of the area, especially when you look at the rear setback from both houses and the backyard setback. Even though the frontage setback was stated by Michael that is enough. However, when you look at the other setbacks, which is clearly not enough, and so that's what we propose. And then we also think that we do know that we do agree that there will be new renovation towards the houses. We do agree that, however, we don't agree on any houses to increase the density of the ARJAY Crescent community. Even though we do recognize that the city wished to increase the housing space, however, that's more towards the specifically increasing the affordable housing. And then if you know that the RJ that is not considered affordable neighborhood, so therefore I don't think this will be in relation with the city's plan. And also, I'm also speaking on behalf of 94 RJ Crescent from Scott and Helen McDonald. Both of them are not attending this meeting, so they are saying that so there have been no severance of single lots on RJ into 2 lots. Number 82 RJ, a double lot that was recently purchased, was not subdivided but received a new home but triple the size of the current 92 RJ, the proposed plan. And then number 88, the immediate neighbor to the west of the subjected property, another double lot, is well in excess of the size of the current home at 92 RJ. 3 doors west, 78 RJ is also a double lot and currently for sale. And the consultant's report listed 20 properties, including his own, 94 RJ Crescent, which ranged from 17.69 meters to 22.42 meters lot frontage. And however, they omit the other 32 property on the street that have frontage greater than this, in many cases double or more. And second point that they list is that we at 94 RJ have one of the smallest lot of RJ. Our neighbor to the east just won approval for 40% reduction in front yard setback than when built. Well, keep the front of their houses in darkness until about noon. And also now the proposed densification of 92 specifically increase the depth of the structure adjacent to us, and the concurrent reduction in rear yard setback will now keep our backyard 94 RJ in shadow for the late afternoon. And he also stated that both our land and 92 sit on an aquifer. That means that both initially constructed property had no basement. And then he is very concerned that the proposed basement for this new 2 houses will cause trouble to his houses. And then he has consulted his commercial plumber, advised him that some technical basement construction can be done. However, there's no further information from 92 RJ, and then they have not provided sufficient information to be able to
Sir, can you summarize,
assess the
please?
situation fully.
Sir,
Yes, thank you very much. And then that's everything that I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go back. Mr. Pereira, is Yang Tao Zhu there?
No, we still do not have them.
Okay, thank you. Go over to the next person on the list. I have Helen Davies Miller. Are you there?
Helen could also not make the call today.
Okay, so we can take her off the list. Thank you. Next person on the list is Winnie Galiza, Galizza. Are you there? Ms. Galiza, are you there? Winnie Galiza, Galiza. Are you there?
Winnie, you've been unmuted. You should be able to speak at this time.
Hello, Winnie, are you there? Winnie Galiza, are you there? Mr. Pereira, can we go to the next person on the list? We'll come back. Next person on the list is Raj Babber, Babber. Are you there? Raj
Can you hear me?
Babber, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yeah, it's Raj Babber, 18 ARJAY Crescent.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
So I'm in support of his application. I mean, he is building two 7,000 square foot houses. The size of the houses do conform with what's currently on the street. There are houses that are actually smaller, and there are also houses that are larger. And in this case, if you look at the variances that he's asking for, in my opinion, they're all minor in nature. And it does abide by what's on the street.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, thank you very much. We'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Sunil Mahan, M-E-H-A-N. Are you there? Sunil Mahan, M-E-H-A-N. Are you there?
Yes,
Yes, sir. Can I get your full name and address, please? Mr. Mahan, are you there?
hello.
Yes, hello. Mr. Mahan, are you there?
Yes,
Yes,
I'm
can
here.
I get your full name and address, please?
Is Sunil Mehan, 10 RJ Crescent, North York, M121C7.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yes, I in support of this application because the present property is there not in very good shape, and this new development add a value to the area. So I 100% support this application.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next person on the list. I have, actually, I'll go back. Can we try these two other people, Mr. Pereira? Winnie Galiza, G-A-L-I-C-Z-A. Are you there?
Winnie, you've been unmuted.
Winnie Galiza, are you there? One more time. Winnie Galiza, are you there? No, I have to take her off the list, Mr. Pereira. We'll go back. There was a Ying Tao Zhu. Are you there?
I've reached out to this person and can't get a hold of them.
Okay,
So
we'll take them off the list too. Okay, go to the last person on the list. I have an Ian Andres. Are you there? Ian Andres, A-N-D-R-E-S. Are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Certainly. It's Ian Andres. Last name's A-N-D-R-E-S. I'm with Goodman's LLP, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, and I'm legal counsel to Mr. Paul Mintz, who owns 77 Bayview Ridge, immediately adjacent to the property at the rear.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Mr. Mintz submitted written correspondence last Thursday expressing his concerns with certain variances that are being sought for Part 2. Specifically, variances 5, 6, and 7, which are for the deficient rear yard setback, the increased building length, and the increased building depth. Mr. Mintz is not objecting to the lot severance or most aspects of the proposed built form, and the primary basis for his objection is tree protection. The shared rear property line between my client's property and the subject is lined with beautiful red oak, white oak, sugar maple, and basswood trees. They're all large, healthy trees, which are likely over 100 years old, and they're all well in excess of the private tree bylaw threshold. They have a very significant canopy, and they're critical to the health of the local ecosystem and the enjoyment of these lots. And although these lots are just outside of the ravine protection limits, the trees do form part of the urban forest right next to one of Toronto's largest ravine systems just to the west. As you know, Section 3.4 of the city's official plan speaks specifically to the importance of maintaining Toronto's natural heritage system and to the enhancement of the urban forest by providing suitable growing environments for trees, increasing tree canopy coverage and diversity, especially of long-lived native and large shade trees, and regulating the injury and destruction of trees. And the TLAB, through various appeal decisions in recent years, has made it clear that the minor variance test of maintaining general intent and purpose of the official plan requires careful consideration of the city's urban forest policies. So in this case, the applicant's proposing a very large basement with an underground garage with a long driveway ramp and drive aisle leading to 4 parking spaces. And this is what is driving the need for building length, depth, and rear yard setback variances, as the underground garage and foundation walls extend quite far into the rear yard. On top of that, as you can see on the screen, the site plan shows a large in-ground swimming pool on the easterly lot, Lot 2, within the reduced rear yard setback area, and actually straddling the top of slope line that you see sort of meandering across the back of the property there. This pool is positioned very close to the boundary trees in question. And we understand that the applicant has submitted an arborist report, which on its face proposes to incorporate the bare minimum tree protection standards for these trees, many of which I would note are either owned by my client or jointly owned by my client, as they're either on his property or on the boundary. Unfortunately, the nature of the C of A process these days is that the public hearing notice does not get received until 9 or 10 days before the hearing, and the deadline for written submissions is just 7 days before. So this does not leave nearly enough time for someone like Mr. Mintz to properly review and digest the supporting materials on which you're now being asked to rely. I do acknowledge that the applicant reached out to Mr. Mintz directly over the last couple of days. I also had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Goldberg, and we are pleased to hear that the applicant agrees that tree protection is important. But in the meantime, the applicant has also decided to proceed today to seek approval of the application. So we have no choice but to register Mr. Mintz's concerns, which have not yet been addressed by the applicant. Based on our cursory review of the arborist report, we've already flagged several potential issues with the measurements of some of the trees in the corresponding tree protection zones, which don't appear to have been properly drawn. The rear swimming pool is clearly too close to the trees. The underground garage and exit stairs extend very far back in the lot. And as I said, they cut right through, or the swimming pool anyway, cuts right through the top of slope, meaning significant regrading is going to be required. So the below grade excavation is going to be extensive in the rear yard. It will certainly extend beyond the foundation wall. There's going to be heavy machinery digging and cutting in these areas. The overdig typically needs an extra meter or two in order to form and construct the foundation and garage wall. So if unchanged, the construction impacts could be catastrophic to the root structures of these large mature trees. And damage to a tree, as you know, is irreversible. Any injury is absolutely unacceptable to my client. So because of all that, it's our position that it's premature for the committee to approve variances 5, 6, and 7 for Part 2 at this time. And this is evident in the recommended condition from planning staff to impose a condition on the length and depth variance that they be tied to the site plan. This is problematic because the site plan shows the swimming pool so close to the trees and shows the foundation walls, where they are. So if the length and depth variances are tied to those plans, that does not leave any room for flexibility or further discussion, as Mr. Goldberg alluded to. And then I would also finally remind the committee that this property was the subject of a different variance application just 5 years ago. That time it was for a single large house, and that applicant also sought length and depth variances, but much lesser variances. Instead of the 25.74 meters being sought today, the length sought then was 19.99. Instead of the 26.37 meters in depth, the depth then was 23.24. That application was also controversial, but it was ultimately approved on condition. But that approval was premised on a negotiated agreement between the previous owner and my client, which included several important tree protection measures. And most importantly, that approval was premised on an excavation limit that was much further away from the trees.
Sir, can you summarize, please?
Yes, that previous approval may indicate that some additional length and depth is acceptable beyond the bylaw standards, but the additional 3 to 5 meters being sought in this application is simply too much.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to us.
Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to, there's one speaker we're trying to get a hold of, appears to be here now. I'm looking for a Ying Tao Zhu, XU. Are you there? Ying Tao Zhu, are you there? Ying Tao Zhu, are you there?
小又找你了。
Yes, I can hear you. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, can I get your
My
full name and
address is
address, please?
32. Full name Ying Tao Xu. My address is 32 ARJAY Crescent.
Sir, can I get your full name and address, please? Okay, all right.
My full name is Ying Tao Xu, YINGTAO. Family name is XU Xu. My address is 32 ARJAY Crescent.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application, please. Hello, sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you give us your thoughts on this application, please?
I'm not I think I don't support this program. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Ms. Sankar?
No.
Yes, I didn't hear exactly why he doesn't support it.
Yes, sir. Can you give us a little more details on why you don't support it?
My English is poor. I just give my thought. I don't support. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll go back to Mr. Goldberg. Are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Yes, sir. You've heard the comments from the previous speakers. If you'd like to reply to them.
Sure. Initially, I'd ask if the person controlling the screen could go back to the colored map or colored plan of the area. One more, I think. Yeah, right there. There has been a consent approved in this area before, and it's just in the immediate area to the southeast of the subject site at 105 RJ. But even if there wasn't, and you can see the size of that lot is the same color on the south side of RJ, just west of Bayview. It's the fourth lot west of Bayview. That was created by a consent application. The resultant size of the subject sites are going to be similar in frontage, but larger in lot area. So on the face of the comments received, I don't think there was any substantive comments received from the public in relation to section 5124 of the Planning Act, which requires a number of matters to be regarded through the consent. So I do respectfully request that the consent application be approved. Some change is anticipated in neighborhoods, and this is well within the realm of the change that could be anticipated and tolerated in this neighborhood. As a few of the speakers had indicated, I believe Mr. Mahan and Mr. Baber, who are residents of the same street, had indicated, and I don't know those people. They just seem to have come onto the line. In terms of Mr. Andres and Mr. Mintz, we wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Mintz in his desire to preserve and protect all of those mature trees in the back. If you can go back to the site plan, please, the combined site plan. As you can see, with the application, we filed the pre-preservation report, we filed the risk report. It was circulated to urban forestry and vetted through urban forestry. We are not encroaching into any of the tree protection zones identified, but if, and I will say that between the areas that require variances, in other words, the main building themselves, we are well set back from those tree protection zones without encroachment. The pool is not subject to a variance that's before this committee. So I will reiterate that we're not just gunning for an approval. We are asking respectfully that this be approved, but we will, our owners are committed to continue discussions with Mr. Mintz because our goal is the same one as his, to preserve those trees. And there is no hesitancy in saying that on behalf of my owners. So we respectfully request that the minor variances do be approved. And if some reshaping of that backyard needs to be done through agreement with this adjacent owner to enhance the approvability, bearing in mind that all of these areas around the tree protection zone will be required by urban forestry to be hoarded, which means that there will be zero activity and zero machinery encroaching into the area where the hoarding will be. So if there's construction methods, if there's other conditions that Mr. Mintz would like to discuss, our owners are open to that, but we do request approval today. As you can appreciate, time and money are scarce resources today. And this application has been in process for quite some time. And he would like to be able to continue those conversations with Mr. Mintz and carry on with this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, after hearing both sides and having the recommendation from the staff, I will read staff recommendation that the rear yard setback be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawings attached to this report. And number 2, the site exterior main wall height be developed substantially in accordance with the southwest and northeast elevation drawings attached to this report. And also I will add that the project review waiver remains the responsibility of the owner to comply any zoning issues arising later on in respect to this consent application. And also there are requirements to be complied from the forestry organization. So I move this application be approved with the condition mentioned and forestry conditions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khan. Just to summarize, you're in favor of approving the application subject to urban forestry, development engineering, and city planning conditions. Thank you. Someone to second that motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application has been unanimously approved subject to urban forestry, development engineering, and city planning conditions.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, members of committee.
Thank you. We'll go back to, we had a deferral request. We have the agent on the line. Now we're to item number 9, 14 RISA Boulevard. And I have three people registered to speak. The agent is a James Sad. Are you there?
Yeah, yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
Yes, hello. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Jim or James Sod from Paradigm Architecture and Design. We are the authorized agent on behalf of the owner of 14 RISA Boulevard.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask, can I get the reason that you're asking for the deferral?
Yes, of course. Upon further consideration of the application and the design, we felt that to be in better context with the neighboring dwelling units and the neighborhood in general, we would reduce the ask on the variance by modifying the roof to not be as per the height that is requested in the or the amount of variance being requested in the zoning notice.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask, I'm sure you're aware there's There was a city planning report dated the 30th of May filed on your application, which recommended refusing variances number 1, 2, and variance number 6. So I just wanted to know if you were aware, you've had the opportunity to read that report.
To be quite honest, I was asked to represent this case only very recently, and I was quite honestly not aware of the planning report. So
I would
I'll look
suggest
into that.
I would suggest that you advise your client that they also touch base with city planning as well.
Right, I am seeing what's on screen right now, and I do see that was it 1, 2, and 6, sir, Chair,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Just going to ask, does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I didn't quite hear. I think he began saying that he will commit to making specific changes, and he was trying to clarify what the staff report had said. And I'm wondering if maybe we could give him that opportunity to state what the changes were and if there's any other clarification he needs so that we get it right before we go to speakers. Is that okay?
Okay, thank you, sir. Again, I'll go back to Mr. Sad. You've heard Ms. Sankar's question. If you'd just like to clarify.
Yes, Ms. Hankart, thank you very much for making that clarification. I did want to say that in looking at 1, 2, and 6, they are all related to the height issue in question. 3, 4, and 5 deal with building depth and length, which are actually just matching the existing, legally existing non-conforming conditions. So yes, I believe that when we address the height, we will in fact have met all of planning's, community planning's, I guess, issues with the application.
What changes are you making?
We will be reducing that height and asking for much less of a variance, something in the neighborhood of 0.3 or 0.4 meters maximum above the maximum building height. And also,
I just need to know the variance numbers and
yes,
what you're reducing it from to.
Sure. The reason we're asking for the deferral is in order to nail down those actual figures, but I can tell you as far as number 1 is concerned, where the height is almost 2.25 meters more than what the maximum is, that will be coming down substantially.
Sorry, I just realized that it was a deferral that you were requesting. My apologies.
Yeah.
That's why I went into a bit more detail, but thank you. We can stop there.
Thank you.
I'm just going to go, is there any further questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next speaker on the list. I have a Grace Bianco, please. Grace Bianco, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please, madam?
My name is Grace Bianco. I'm at 12 RISA Boulevard.
Okay, thank you, madam. Do you have an objection to the applicant requesting a deferral?
Not for the deferral. He can have his deferral.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Kathy Costa or Dominic Costa. Are you there?
Yes.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
It's Kathy Costa, and we're at and Dominic Costa. We're at 16 RISA Boulevard.
Okay, thank you, madam. Do you have any objections to the applicant's request for a deferral?
Yes, our concern is that being a 3-story house plus a basement, probably the house will be a 4-plex, which is
okay.
No,
madam, the applicant's asking for a deferral so he can make changes to his application. When he makes changes to his application, if there are any variances that remain, then they will be circulated again to the public and you'll have the opportunity to comment on a revised application.
So we
agree then with the deferral.
Okay, let's see what comes next application.
If it's a different application, yes, and there are other variances involved, then it will be circulated to you. But the applicant needs to needs the deferral in order to make changes to his application. Do you have an
Yeah,
objection
but
to
he
that?
was only talking about the height.
Okay, thank
He
you.
was only talking about the height. He was not talking about the number of stories.
Okay, thank you, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the last person on the list. I have a Mary Voltaggio. Are you there?
This is Mary Voltaggio.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, it's Mary Voltaggio. I'm at 221 Loxley Avenue, just northwest of 14 RISA.
Okay, thank you, madam.
We share.
Do you have an objections to the applicant's request for a deferral?
No, I do not. I support that.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on the deferral request, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, I'll put forward a motion to defer this application so that the applicant can work on reducing that height requirement. Sine die.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application has been deferred to the next available meeting so that you can discuss your revised application with city planning and with the neighbors in the area. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll go back to our next item on the list. We have item number 2, 2710 Bayview Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That is Kurt Franklin. Are you there?
Yes, I am, sir.
Yes, Mr. Franklin, thank you very much. Just going through your file here, I note that there was a report from Development Engineering dated the 6th of April. They have no objections to your application subject to standard conditions. Just wanted to ask if you've had the opportunity to review that report, sir.
Yes, we have, sir, and we agree with any conditions.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just was curious, in view of this application, I was going through it, and I don't know how the other committee members felt, but I was kind of interested in having a brief presentation on this application because I'm not terribly familiar with it. I was trying to read through it. I don't know if the other committee members would like a presentation. Okay, if you could give us a brief presentation on what you're proposing, sir.
Absolutely, sir. This actually is a series of properties, 2710 through 2722 Bayview Avenue. They have been through multiple owners and applications over the past, I would say, likely around 6 years. Site plan approval has been received just recently. We have our NOAC, and we are working at clearing the conditions in the agreement, and hopefully we'll be signing our site plan agreement shortly for a medium density development on what you're seeing on the screen here as parts 1, 2, and 3. You will note that the corner piece at the northeast has been carved out of the lots. That's been dedicated to the city for a road widening and for a park as well. So the townhouses are fronting onto Bayview. That's been approved. This leaves part 4, which is the remnant parcel fronting onto Caldy Court, which is intended to be developed for a single family home. The application before you today is to sever off that part so that we can then legally sell that lot, or well, the landowners can legally sell that lot to a person wishing to build a single family home on that. It is separate and apart from the medium density development that's already been approved on parts 1, 2, and 3. We've had conversations with representatives from the neighborhood group in this area, informing them of exactly what we have been trying to do, what our objectives are. They do not have any objections to what we are proposing. We've been working with the councilor's office now to try to get the existing homes demolished. Building permit applications for the medium density development have already been submitted, and actually we just received our final comments yesterday. So that will be moving forward. So really, the application before you today is the final step in a long process for these 4 properties to sever off, create the single-family lot so that the quality court frontage can be developed while the medium-density development fronting onto Bayview moves forward. So in a nutshell, that's the summary, and I will gladly answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, thank you very much. We have no other speakers on the list. If I could get a motion on this application, please. Ms. Sankar?
Yes, sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, I accept, this application. I do believe that it's done in a way that meets the 4 tests. And so I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. And I don't see that it was subject to forestry. There's no other comment, so I'll approve as is.
Yeah, the only condition was from development engineering.
Right, I saw that they had no objections, but yes, subject to development engineering.
Yeah, it had the end. Thank you.
Advisory notes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Khan, what was that?
Sir, we can add advisory note from the engineering construction services.
No, we don't have. The only memo we have is from development engineering, which had no objections to the application, subject to standard conditions.
Mr. Chair, we don't add advisory comments.
No, there are no forestry comments.
We do not add advisory comments from engineering.
Yeah, there are no advisory comments, Mr. Khan.
Okay, that is fine.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion from Ms. Sankar to approve the application subject to development engineering conditions. Someone to second that? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application has been unanimously approved subject to development engineering conditions.
Many thank you, sir. Take care and have a great day.
Thank you. Go to our next item, item number 3, 42 CEDARBANK Crescent. I have one person registered to speak. That is the agent, Parisa Amiri, A-M-I-R-I. Are you there?
Yes.
Yes, hello, madam. Can I get your name and address, please?
Yes, this is Parisa Amiri Kankari. I'm the architect and the agent on this application. I'm at 50 Woodville Avenue, East York, Ontario, M4K2J6.
Okay, thank you, madam. I've gone through your application. I noticed that there is one comment on file from staff. That's from Transportation Services, dated the 2nd of June. They have no objections to your application, specifically the driveway relocation. I've had the opportunity to read that report, madam.
Yes, actually, it was, we are not relocating the existing driveway. We are using the existing driveway, and it was kind of a technical variance, and the zoning examiner count the CEDARBANK as the as more major street, but the transportation says both streets are minor and are local access, so they don't have any objection with the location of the driveway.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll just add, madam, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this morning?
No, the only thing that is not part of this material that you have, it's another letter of support we have received from the other neighbor, 50 Malo Road, which is across the street, and they emailed their support late, and we wouldn't be able to send it to the committee staff.
Okay, thank you, madam. Any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the proposed variances are minor and they meet the 4 tests for minor variance. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application without condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that? Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Madam, your application's been unanimously approved without condition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 4, 55 Addington Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That is Alan Frankel. Alan Frankel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Alan Frankel, 55 Addington Avenue.
Sir, you must have a number of audio devices on at the same time because we're getting feedback. Can you just speak into your phone and turn everything else off?
Hello?
Yes, hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Sure. Alan Frankel, 55 Avenue, Addington Avenue, North York, M2N2L1.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to say I've gone through your file. I note that we have 2 reports here, one from Toronto Region Conservation Authority dated the 25th of May. They have no objections to your application, and there's a Transportation Services report on the dated the 2nd of June that had no objections to your driveway width. I just wanted to ask, sir, is there any, pretty clear what you're asking for in the variance we have before us? I think it's just the one variance here. Is there anything that you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this morning?
No, it's pretty self-explanatory. Basically, historically, there was a birch tree in the front when we bought the house 4 years ago, and it has died, and the city is in the process of removing it. There's just the tree stump left, and that's due in July to be removed. And so I just want to clean up the driveway and to make it a nice straightaway and as optimal as I can for parking purposes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Seeing that there's no objections from transportation or TRCA, and this application seems pretty simple, I'll motion to approve this application as is.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries. Thank you very much. Sir, your application has been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a 2-minute break, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, committee's back in session. Thank you very much. We are now on item number 5, 237 Spring Garden Avenue. I have 2 people registered to speak. The agent is Kent Randall. Are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Kent Randall, I'm the principal planner at EcoView Consulting. That's 311 George Street North, Peterborough, Ontario, K9J 3H3.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask, I've gone through your file. I note that there's a recommended conditions from Urban Forestry. There's also a report from City Planning dated the 2nd of June that had a recommended, they had no objections to your application subject to a condition. I just wanted to ask, sir, have you had the opportunity to read those reports?
Yes, I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Just to ask, I have 1 person registered to speak here, sir, so if you'd like to give the committee a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Yes, absolutely. As noted in the notice and in the report, what we are seeking here are 4 variances. One related to maximum lot coverage, the others related to 3 and 4 related to setbacks, or pardon me, number 4 related to setback, number 3 related to the building length itself. Generally, those are fairly minor as far as we're concerned, particularly numerically. The item number 2, or variance number 2, which is related to the pairs of main walls, what we're asking for is an increase from 7.5 meters to 9.3 meters. And just to provide some context, this is a proposed rebuild of an existing 2-story dwelling on the property. So we're proposing to rebuild a 2.5-story dwelling. And the reason for that particular variance and the increase from 7.5 to 9.3 is really related to the gables that are proposed on the side. And if we could just the controller, if they could just show I believe that the elevations are there in the plans. So yeah, so right here is perfect. So as you can see there, on the one elevation, you can see that there's gables proposed on the side. We would otherwise meet that 7.5 meter maximum. However, with the pitches or gables, that we're going up to 9.3. So that's the only reason for that increase. Otherwise, we would meet that provision. So. In our opinion and from our perspective, all the variances are minor in nature, meet the 4 tests, and this is a relatively small increase to what is required under the zoning bylaw. And so I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee or the public may have.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go back to, we have the next person on the list is Kong Wang, W-A-N-G. Are you there?
This is Kong, first name Kong, last name Wang, address 266 Greenfield Avenue. I support the proposal in general, but I have some questions regarding the number 2 criteria related to the maximum height. The specified height is 7.5 meters max, but 9.3 meters in the proposal. This is not considered as a minor variance. This is significantly higher.
Did you give us your full name and address, please?
Yes, I give.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, if you could keep going then, thank you.
Yeah, I have this one particular concern related to the proposed height is 9.3 meters, while the maximum height is 7.5 meters. And this is not considered as a minor variance. And this is the variance that's almost 20% higher than the max. And this is going to significantly block the sun exposures for the neighborhood.
Okay, sir, can you keep going?
That's.
Oh, you're all done? Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Randall, are you there?
Yeah, yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
You've heard the comments from the previous speaker. If you'd like to reply to them, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just briefly, I think I made it fairly clear in my presentation that that's specifically where we're measuring, and it's to those gables. Otherwise, the height of the building itself still meets the zoning bylaw. It's really just a matter of recognizing those particular gabled windows there on the sides. And as noted in the proposed condition from planning, is that the design of those side walls were required to design it as we've shown here. So we can't vary from that, and that is a condition of approval if granted.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I just ask, what is the height of the main wall, excluding the peak roof portion, but the main wall itself? What's the height?
Through the chair to the member, it is 7.5 meters at finished grade at the rear.
I'm looking at the front elevation. It's showing 7.77.
I believe that's to the top.
If I could clarify, Mr. Kidd, the planning report says that the main wall height as measured from established grade to the underside of the eaves would be 7.77 meters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I feel that this is a reasonable application. I do accept the explanations provided by the applicant for variance number 2. And as such, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. I'll make it subject to the June 2nd staff report, and that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the left, east, and right west side elevation drawing submitted to committee. And I'll make it subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that? Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry and city planning conditions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Item number 6, 43 GRANGEMILL Crescent. I have 2 people registered to speak. The agent is Mahir Manios. Are you there, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, hello. Can I get your full name and address, please?
It's Mahir Manios, number 1 Teakwood Grove, M3B 2H9. I'm the agent for the owner.
Okay, thank you, sir. I know we have one other person registered to speak, sir, so if you could give the committee a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal. But before you start, I note that I've gone through your file. There are a number of reports on file with your application. There's recommended condition from Urban Forestry. There's a report from Transportation Services dated the 2nd of June that had no objections to your proposed driveway location. There's a report from City Planning dated the 2nd of June that had no objection to your application subject to condition. Just wanted to know, sir, if you've had the opportunity to read those reports.
Yes, I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
I'd be happy to. So we're proposing to replace the existing detached dwelling with a new 2-story detached dwelling with an integral at-grade garage. We're requesting 4 variances all under the new 569 bylaw. If staff, so if you already have the site plan app, so I appreciate that. So variance number 1 deals with the location of the driveway, which is basically in the current location of the existing driveway. And as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, Transportation has submitted a report that they have no objection to the variance. Just for the benefit of the committee, it would be difficult to locate it to comply, which is on the flanking side due to the two mature city trees and the hydro vault. So this is the ideal location for it, and it's also the existing location. Variance number 2 deals with the front porch. It also relates to variance number 3. They're both technical in nature. The reason for the variance is actually due to the curve of the road. So if the committee notes, the covered porch is on the top right-hand corner of the house. Although the variance says we're approaching 4.49, that's measured from the broken line, which indicates the allowable setback. The actual porch itself only sticks out 0.45 meters from the main front wall of the house. So it's mostly technical in nature just because of the curvature of the road. By the same token, variance number 3 is of the same nature. The toned area on the site plan in front of you notes the area which is in variance. It is also because of the curve. The actual main front wall of the house complies and it's aligned with the neighbor to the west. As mentioned, Mr. Chair, planning staff had noted that they have no objection to it, and we have no objection to the condition of tying, if the committee sees it fit, to approve the application to tie it to the site plan. Variance number 4 is the lot coverage. We're proposing 33.6% versus the allowable 30%. And if staff can be kind enough to scroll a little bit further down into the presentation material, we've provided a summary of approvals in the neighborhood. So recent houses and renovated with additions have been approved in the average region of 32 to 35%. And there have been approvals of as high as 37%. The main reason for the coverage variance is our client elected to have the main floor at the same level as the garage instead of the newer designs. The house is lifted above the garage, and hence we need the extra square footage to make up for that for the garage area. If we had elected to do the typical design of elevating the house, the coverage would have been at 27.8%, which would be substantially lower than the 30% requirement. As mentioned, we have no objection to tying the decision to the site plan as per the staff recommendation. Regarding the forestry condition, we're sort of a bit of at a loss as to why the condition was requested. If staff would be kind enough to just call back again to the site plan. There are two city trees on the right-hand side of the property. They're quite a distance away from the house, so we're not encroaching by any means. There is no need to injure or to remove any city trees whatsoever. The design has been carefully done in such a way to ensure that we're a distance away from all the mature trees all the way around the property, and there's quite a lot of them there. But I'll leave it up to committee as to see if there's any merits to attach the condition, and I'm happy to answer any question.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a M. Stoneman. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, it's Margaret Stoneman at 46 Bank Crescent.
Okay, thank you, madam. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
It's kind of personal. I live directly across the street from number 43. I'm a person with a disability. I'm concerned that the proposed construction at number 43 will interfere with my access to the TTC Wheel-Trans service that I need for appointments. The driveway of the proposed construction will be almost double its current width, and the plan shows existing curb cut to be reworked. Does not say how far. So a parking space, I believe, in front of their house will be lost. To double the width of the driveway going eastward will impact the parking on that side of the street and force the vehicles to park in front of other people's properties, including mine. I'm afraid that the vehicles at the construction site of 43 will park in front of my property, which would cause a significant problem for me due to the fact that I rely on Wheel-Trans for my transportation. And the TTC's Wheel-Trans requirement is that the Wheel-Trans buses have to be able to park when they pick up a passenger or they leave. I have a narrow driveway, so the Wheel-Trans bus parks on the road in front of my house, and it unfolds a ramp to allow entrance to the vehicle. If the parking spot in front of my house is blocked, the bus will not stop and go without me. So to quote the TTC Wheel-Trans handbook, you must, quote, ensure your pickup location, ramp, driveway and sidewalk is accessible. There are other services too that need to have access to my home, such as Meals on Wheels with its daily delivery, and sometimes I unfortunately require emergency vehicles. As a person with a disability, I believe I have the right to accessible transit, food delivery, and emergency services, but I am concerned that the construction vehicles and workers and residents will need to park in front of my house and block the service vehicles. I would like to ask, is it possible? Are you able to place a no parking sign in front of my home during the period of construction? Another point is the runoff. No one's looked at the runoff from a widened driveway that will add to the existing problem of water that accumulates at the entrance of the two driveways which are opposite number 43. That's at number 46 and number 48. The road dips down at that point. And I believe that someone should look at this and do a study on the water accumulation before this is okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam.
And thank you to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Just to let you know, Madam, you can contact Transportation Services if you have problems with parking on the street, and you can talk to them about introducing parking restrictions and also about having a disabled space on street placed in front of your property, but you have to contact Transportation Services, just to let you know.
Well, thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you. Does the
What
committee have
about
any?
the flooding?
Thank you.
What about the flooding at the bottom of the driveway?
I'm just making reference with respect to the parking issue, Madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, sir. Madam, I heard your concern, and my simple question is, Madam, does your curb cut is for two garage parking or single garage parking?
My parking or I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Madam, I'm saying whether you have a two-car garage parking or you have single garage parking.
I only have one narrow drive.
Okay,
and
thank
then
you.
it widens at the other end, the garage end. It's not big enough for anything to go up the driveway.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? Go back to the agent. Sir, you've heard the comments from Ms. Stoneman, which really are related more to your driveway and construction activities. If you'd like to reply.
Sure. Just the driveway is actually being made wider, which is actually 5 foot wider, but it does comply with city requirements because it's the same size as the garage that it leads into. I think one of the advantages of having the wider driveway, it will actually accommodate more cars parked on it. Hence, there'll be less cars, whether it's the owners or visitors, parked on the road. So I would like to think that this will alleviate the pressure of parking on the road. I would definitely bring up the issue of in construction, any cars that might block Mrs. Tolman's driveway. I will take it up with the owner and the builder as to the feasibility of putting a sign and to ensure that that does not occur. We will take that matter quite seriously.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Okay, if I could get a motion on this application, please. Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through Mr. Chair. Before I make my motion, I do want to publicly say that I heard the agent say that he will do his best to ensure that during the construction phase, it does not block the area for which, the neighbor who has a disability would need access and her wheels trans and other emergency vehicles there. So while it's not something that we could stipulate, I hope that they do consider that. And in terms of water runoff, that will all be considered in sort of like the planning and construction of this project. Those are all considerations that naturally occur. So for this, I'll put forward a motion. I believe that it does meet the 4 tests. I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. I'll make it subject to the June 2nd staff report, that the front yard setback be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing, and it will be subject to forestry condition number 1.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries. Sir, your application has been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry and city planning conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you. We're now on item number 7, 9 Fleetwell Court. I have 2 people registered to speak. I'll just confirm, Mr. Pereira, they've got 2 people here, a Bruno Lopez and a Bob Marcusi. Are they both representing the same property? Do we know?
I have Bruno unmuted right now. Bruno, are you able to advise?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, correct. Morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Yes, it's the homeowner that joined the conversation as well, but he's going to be silent.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just going to ask, there's a person, Bob Markuski. Is he part of your application, sir?
Correct, Mr. Chair. He's the homeowner, and he got himself registered as well. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Lopez, I've note with your application that we have recommended conditions from urban forestry, and there's a report from city planning dated the 2nd of June, which was recommending some modifications to your application. And I wanted to know if you were proposing to make those modifications.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chair. Again, Bruno Lopez from MXL Engineering, 1649 St. Clair Avenue West. You are absolutely correct. So after we submit our first original application, we had 5 original variances that will stick the same variances. However, talking with planning, proposed that variance number 4, which is due to, let's say, a 2nd-story addition and the 2nd-story architectural front feature, was sort of, let's say, extruding out, and planning was a little bit concerned.
Sir, if you're proposing to make a change to your application, can you tell us what that change is?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I resubmitted a set of plans with that change already incorporated on it, and actually that's exactly what the city committee planning staff report mentions about. So it's item number 4 that we made a slight adjustment.
Can you tell me what change you're proposing to your application? Just list them, read them into the record so the committee knows what change you're proposing to make.
Absolutely. So as we have number 4, the required minimum front yard setback is 756, and we had it originally at 5.80.
Okay, and what? And
I would require committee to approve this variance now to be the setback at 6.351.
Okay, hang on a second here. Okay, so you're proposing that the front yard, let's just go through this. Is that the only change you're proposing?
Correct.
Okay, so let me just make sure we've got this right. So variance number 4, which currently reads the proposed front yard setback is 5.8 meters. You're proposing to change that from 5.80 meters to 6.351. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Is that the only change you're proposing?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. It's pretty clear what you're asking for in the 5 variances we have before us, including this variance number 4 that you've just modified. I just wanted to ask, sir, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this morning?
No, just saying that this is a very straightforward application. We had to nail it from the first day. So again, talking with staff, we slightly adjust one of the variances of concern. I know that we have even a counselor letter that it's somehow in support since we do this small change. And again, that's a very straightforward application.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can I get does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Can I get a motion on this revised application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Mr. Chair, can we just check with Bob Markowski first?
Pardon me?
Can we just check with Bob Markowski just to make sure he doesn't want to speak?
I thought he's with the agent.
We just want to confirm.
Okay, we'll try. Okay. I'm sorry, committee. We'll just go back. Mr. Markowski, are you there? Bob Markowski, are you there? One more time. Bob Markowski, are you there? Oh, we'll take him off. Okay, thank you. Okay, committee, can I get a motion on this revised application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I agree that I do believe that this application does meet the 4 tests. So I will put forward a motion to approve this application, and I'll make it subject to the changes that were made by the applicant here today, in that variance number 4 has been increased to 6.351 meters, and that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing submitted to the committee that was date stamped June 1st, 2022, and that it be subject to forestry variance, forestry condition number 2.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your revised application has been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry and city planning conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now on item number 8, 337 Rumsey Road. I have one person registered to speak. That is Parissa Amiri. Are you there?
Yes.
Yes, hello. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Hi again. This is Parissa Amiri Ankari. I'm the architect and the agent on this application. I'm at 50 Woodville Avenue, East York, Ontario, M4K2J6.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. I note that going through your file, there are no staff comments or conditions listed. I note you have 2 variances before us. It's pretty straightforward what you're asking for. I'll just ask, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this morning?
No, I submitted the design rationale and it's pretty simple application with the back addition, rear addition. I'm happy to answer if there is any question.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any question of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find this application as straightforward, minor variances, and move for approval.
Okay, thank you. Someone to second that motion, please? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries. Sir, madam, your application has been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 9, 14 RISA Boulevard, that's been deferred. Item number 10, we are on 78 Tisdale Avenue. I have three people registered to speak. The agent is an Alan Saskin, S-A-S-K-I-N. Are you there? Alan Saskin or Eldon Theodore? Are you there? Alan Saskin or Eldon Theodore? Are you there?
Sir, this is Eldon Theodore. Alan Saskin is the applicant.
Okay, yeah, and your name, sir?
I'm Eldon Theodore. I'm a planner at MHBC.
Okay, thank you,
750
sir.
Western Road.
Okay, thank you. I have two other people registered to speak, sir. So if you could give us a brief presentation. Actually, before we start, I note there are two reports on file with your application, recommended conditions from urban forestry, and there's also a report from the 2nd of June from city planning that recommends refusing your application. Would you like to go forward with your application?
We would, and I'm not sure if we're able to get Alan Saskin on the phone because he's doing the beginning part of the presentation, and I'm speaking to the planning merits as it relates to the staff report.
Okay, well, you'll have to. You've certain. I'm presuming you've read that report from city planning.
I have, and I can speak to it.
Okay, if you'd like to,
so I'm happy to proceed.
If you'd like to give us, you can give us a presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal, and I recommend that you make reference to city planning's comments as well.
Absolutely, and I'll focus mainly on the city planning comments. But what I will note is the intent of the application is really to update the original proposal to provide for additional housing options in the same housing typology, being townhomes on a site that was previously approved for that purpose. I have had a chance to review planning staff's report. I appreciate the comments, but I think that there's an overemphasis on a number of concerns that were raised in that report. Concerns were raised over the change in the townhouses from what is street facing to back. However, the townhouse type is still classified as a multiple dwelling unit, so no variance is actually required for that. And this change results, yes, in an increase in the number of units, but in my opinion, that's desirable as it responds to the current housing crisis by providing more housing options on the site. Concerns were raised with the reduction in setbacks. However, the reductions are mainly in relation to the proper alignment of Street A. Now that the development to the south is under construction, so it's more about more proper alignment. Setbacks in relation to the existing property lines to the north, the west, and the south remain relatively unchanged. So I see this variance as technical in nature. Concerns were raised with the increase in the number of stories and building height. What's really being sought is an increase by 1.25 meters to accommodate the additional housing options. And in comparison, the development to the south is permitted a height of 13 to 14 meters. So the 12.55 that's being sought is still an appropriate height transition, particularly in this area. So I see this as minor in nature. And all the other provisions within the bylaw itself, orientation of the blocks, coverage, change in access and configuration of driveways, and the orientation of the public street, I see those all as minor in nature, did not result in any adverse impact. Lastly, concerns were raised that updated technical reports and drawings are required before making a decision, and a list of items were provided in the staff report, waste management, engineering, and in fairness, we acknowledge updated reports are required, but all of these matters are details that are most appropriately dealt with through the site plan approval process, one of which we will be going through. We're going from 33 to 35 to 53 units in relatively the same footprint. So taking a step back at this, this is not a substantial departure that would create servicing issues as it relates to this site. We are, and if the committee sees it fit, would be agreeable to a condition that the applicant enter in a site plan agreement with the city to the satisfaction of city planning, where the details will be flushed out. Overall, my opinion, this is not a substantial departure. It is an update and improvement from the original approval under a framework of a complicated zoning bylaw. So, in my opinion, this proposal meets the 4 tests, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Mohammed Sajid Khan, Khan. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, I believe Alan Saskin wanted to speak.
Pardon me? Alan Saskin? Okay, thank you. Mr. Saskin, are you there?
Yes, I am. Sorry about the confusion coming on.
I'm
just wondering.
Okay,
yes, it's just me on the computer now. Oh, thank you. Those were the drawings I was looking for.
Sir, can you give us your name and address, please?
Of course. Alan Saskin. I live at 36 Hazelton Avenue in Toronto.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yes, your technician has kindly put my presentation up on the screen. There's one slide before that one, just on top. I'm wondering if he could just move it. Thank you very much.
Sir,
sir,
if I could add, don't repeat material that the previous speaker just said. Okay, you've already technically gone over your time. You're speaking for the developer. So do not repeat material that the previous speakers already made. Give us something new.
Fair enough. I just wanted to point out, if you look on this drawing, we're right off Eglinton. A bit to the left is Bermondsey, where the new subway station, the Sloane station, will be. And the Eglinton Crosstown is going along Eglinton. So this site will be within a 5-minute walk of that. If I can talk, if I could trouble Chris to just move up to the next slide. Thank you. The planning report is correct that we're changing the public street, but the only change we're making is making it a through street. Previously, it was a dead end. It was a dead end because the neighboring development, which you now see in this picture, just to the left, they've now installed their street, but it's very recent. They've done that in the last few weeks. If you can see the faint outline, they've unfortunately had to build a dead end. And once we build our street, theirs will be regularized and it will be a proper public street. So when planning says we changed the public street, the only change we made was to make it a proper through street. If I could, we can stay on that slide. There's some merits to our plan that the previous plan just did not have. Primarily, all our units are real family units, 3 and 4 bedrooms. The previous plan, because it was a 14-foot wide unit, they were really 2-bedroom units where the 3rd bedroom was on the ground floor behind the garage. So we are proposing a superior housing stock to what was there before. If I could touch very briefly, the neighbors to the north who object, and I understand their objections, are objecting to our balconies. We'll back onto theirs. That's not a variance. The old zoning application allowed the buildings to have balconies there. We're not seeking a variance. They're still permitted. And I understand they also object that our buildings will be blocking their east sun. They will, but as we know, the east sun is very low. The existing approval at 36 feet will also block the east sun to their units. And lastly, because I appreciate this extra time, thank you. There was also a report from Urban Forestry objecting. And what they really objected to was there's 3 trees, 1 city tree and 2 private trees in the public right-of-way. In other words, where the new public road will be. And they're correct. We have to make the proper application to do that, and we will. And they have the right to turn it down, and they could. Although sadly, in my experience, new public roads do tend to get built, and trees do tend to get cut down. And they also expressed concerns in our arborist report. We said there's 3 private trees adjacent to the site that are in poor condition, and we would be making applications to remove those, and we would be paying for replacements and doing all the proper things. So in summation, It really comes down to, we think this is a matter for Committee of Adjustment to add 17 units to the site and the fourth floor. Planning wants us to go through a full rezoning process, which, as we know, takes 2 or 3 years. And fortunately, committee has the right to decide if this is in their purview or not. And we, of course, abide by that decision. Thank you for the additional time. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Okay, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have Mohammed Sajjad Khan, Khan. Are you there?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Mohammed Sajjad Khan. I'm at 86 Sufi Crescent, which is right behind this property.
Okay. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yeah, I think the gentleman before me was given examples about previous builder, and what they're doing now is, but my main concerns are about the increase in the property, almost 17 or 18. And obviously the 4-story height, the unit balcony so close to us right now, there are privacy concerns. Just because the increase of the number, it's already a densely populated area, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be parking issues here. There already are school issues. There are not any school close by, so there's going to be concern of those. I'm not sure about point 3, 4, and 5. It just talked about schedule, so I don't know what it means. It just they're replacing schedules. I don't know what those mean. So my main concerns are increase in number of units and the height and the balcony so close to us.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Okay, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have an Ilir Kurizo, Kurizo. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
My name is Ilir Kurizo, and I live at Sufi 84 Sufi Crescent.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Okay, I would like to strongly oppose the changes on the previous plan, because let's make it clear, it's not minor changes. It's not minor changes. They are proposing to add 17 more units. So from 35 is going to go to 53 or so units. And I'm very concerned about the building that is right the back of my property. That building is going to be 4-story building, and let's make it clear here to the committee that the 78 TISDALE Avenue property is already in elevated ground from my property. So building a 4-story in already elevated ground is going to create a shadowing effect on my property, and we're going to lose the eastern daylight on my property. And the most that I am very concerned is the privacy, sir. We're going to lose our privacy here because this building is going to be very close to our backyard, and the balconies, they're going to have a constant view on our bedrooms and on our backyard. So strongly oppose the 4-story building and the balconies of the building, particularly on the building that is facing my backyard. And in general, I oppose this proposal because it's going to be, the area is already congested, and it's going to bring more people in the area, and it's going to be a parking issue. It's already a parking issue in our area because it's a mosque nearby, and every time There is a feast or ritual. The street is overcrowded with cars and is already a problem. So bringing 50 families, let's say 2 cars each, is going to be 100 more cars in the area. That is going to be a congestion. And regarding the people, our neighborhood, sir, just to make it clear to the committee, is a very quiet neighborhood. And bringing all these families is going to create a congestion already. And as my neighbor said, there is no school in a nearby area, so it's going to be another problem for the kids of these families to attend school.
Okay, thank you.
And as I said, yeah.
Okay, are you finished, sir?
Yes, I would like to make a summary on what I just said. My strong opposition on this is loss of privacy and shadowing effect and the loss of daylight on my property that is going to cost in the future a decrease on the value of my property.
Okay, thank
you. So I strongly oppose this. The building that is facing my backyard. I'm not concerned about the other buildings. I'm concerned about the building that is facing my backyard. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? I'll go back to the agent. Mr. Saskin, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank
You've
you.
heard the comments from the previous speakers, if you'd like to reply.
Yes. With the balcony, I would just reiterate that the existing zoning permits the balconies on that frontage. So we're not asking for a variance to that condition. The site is already approved for 3 stories and 36 feet. So there, the existing approval allows a building that far. We're set back the same distance as them. Fortunately, all these backyards have a southern exposure, and the backyards themselves will still get some relatively good sun. But I think it's a reality of living in the city when you get the advantage of a 5-minute walk to a subway station that more people move in. In terms of it being too dense, and then I'll wrap up, I would just note that Eglinton Square is 5 blocks from this site. Toronto City Council within the last year just approved it for an additional 2,500 units. That's why it continues to elude me why 17, adding 17 family-size units, it would not be considered minor. But thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, sir. So out of curiosity, sir, I'm reading through the planning report, and I'm concerned about the fact that you had approval in 2017 for a development that was substantial. Now you're coming back with something that has a new road pattern, a higher density, and I'm not entirely convinced that is a minor variance. It seems to me that this is a substantial change to what you had originally proposed, and it's not a modification, it's a new application. So what's your justification as to why it's a minor variance and it's not a bylaw amendment or a zoning or a zoning issue? Why should the committee approve it?
Sure. The previous applicant was not myself, and unfortunately that participant went bankrupt in doing this project, and I acquired the site from the receiver. I think what was flawed in the site were the design of the units, and as I pointed out, they were essentially 2-bedroom townhouses in a market that's really requires the larger 3-bedroom was. You point out the road pattern. Maybe I wasn't clear. Our public road is identical to the previous, except it does not have the dead end. Otherwise, it's exactly the road that was there before. The project when you look on that colored drawing now, the project to the left, the one to the south of us, they've now put in their roads. We have a letter of support from them. They're the same 4-story height that we're proposing, as is the other project that exists on TISDALE to the right. The layout of the blocks is virtually identical. The only variance we're really seeking is to add the 4th story. The site plan's the same. All other matters are the same. And I do believe that it's a strong argument that when the city invests billions in public transit, like the Eglinton Crosstown, and all the residents of this neighborhood get the benefit of that short commute to a subway station, which is a real privilege, that additional density, 17 units, 1-7, is justified and is minor in nature.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Who owns the property to the south?
Basis Developments are the owners. A gentleman called Michael Gould is the representative. And the picture you see on the screen is about 5 weeks old. So since then, that main street with the dead end has received the paving. And Michael told me he's sold out and he's about to start pouring his foundations any day now. So those 82 4-story townhomes will be up soon. And sorry, I don't want to ramble on. Thank you.
Okay, but let's back up a sec. The property to the south that you're showing the street that ends in a turning basin, the cul-de-sac. So yeah, you're
correct.
You're saying that has the neighboring property agreed to tie into your road network?
Yes. And their engineering firm, WSB, I have also retained, and WSB has confirmed to me that there are sufficient services that they put in that road for our increase of 17 units. And this is a bit of a detail, but in the previous application, they couldn't get a sanitary service off of TISDALE. So it was actually coming from the upper right through some connection. With this project, we're going to be able to put all public services in the public street, and it will connect seamlessly to the adjoining property and look like every other public street in the city of Toronto.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have heard the gentleman that, but my question is, before I make the motion, the services has to go first before he links his public road with the cul-de-sac, which is incomplete. So listening to the opposition, I agree some of their concerns are legitimate, such as increase of density and parking, extra parking and privacy. These are the real things which has to be addressed by the developer. So I'm taking into consideration the staff recommendation, which recommends the proposal development seeks various variances to increase, and the number of units increase from 35 to 53. It increases coverage, increases height, and 3-story and 4-story plus walk-up also seeks to change the orientation of the block, reducing setbacks, change access and configuration of the driveway and the public street, resulting in a significant change that do not maintain the general intent of and the purpose of the zoning bylaws and are not minor in nature. Therefore, I move that this application be refused.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion from Mr. Khan to refuse the application. Someone to second that? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously refused. Thank you very much. Item number 11, 78 Bowie Avenue. I have 5 people registered to speak. I have the agent, Nilufar Baradaran, Baradaran. Are you there?
Yes.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
My name is Nilufar Barodaran. Address is 7167 Young Street, Thornhill, Unit 609.
Okay, thank you, madam. I've gone through, before you start, I've noted that there are a number of reports on file with your application. I note that there's a recommended condition from Urban Forestry. There's a report from Transportation Services dated the 2nd of June, which is recommending that your application be deferred so that you can make revisions to the plan. There's also a report from City Planning that's recommending some modifications to your application. There's also a report from letter from Councillor Cole dated the 2nd of June, which supports the recommendations in the planning report. I just wanted to ask, Madam, we have this report from Transportation Services recommending a deferral. Would you like to defer your application to discuss it with Transportation Services? Or would you like
no, actually.
Or would you like us to hear the application today?
Yeah, I would like to hear my application today.
Okay.
Because I revised the site plan as per transportation request.
Okay, let me just take a look here. I note that their transportation report wanted it deferred so that you could revise the plan to show the property line consistent with the survey, existing sidewalk with dimensions, maintain the existing curb cut and driveway width complying with the requirements of the next condition, which provide a minimum of a 1 meter clearance from the closest edge of the proposed driveway to the closest outer edge of the utility pole on the public right-of-way. I note, Madam, that all of those could be made a condition of approval if committee should approve your application.
Yeah.
Okay, I also note that there were, in the city planning report, there is a recommendation to eliminate variance number 11. Do you want to eliminate that variance?
Yes, I eliminated already because as per request planner, we have made a revised site plan using pavers like surface stone that have 40% opening, and we have more than 75% soft landscaping there.
So you're deleting variance number 11, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other variances that you're changing or modifying or deleting?
No, just we have two of the variances, 8 and I think 12 is related to the transportation.
Madam,
it's like.
Are you making any changes, any additional changes to your application?
No.
No, okay, thank you. If you could give the committee a presentation on what you see as the merits of your revised application, please.
Sure. Actually, if I have my drawing on the screen, I can explain all the drawings, I mean the drawing set. I'm presenting this duplex house, interior 3-story. Our design is based on the zoning of area. 2 units is allowed, a 3-story is allowed. Height allowed to be 11 meter and the length allowed to be 19 meter. So we designed inside this zoning completely, just asking some variances. 5 of variances related to the setbacks. Number 1 is for porch. Number 2 is for canopy. Number 5 is for east wall. And number 6 for west side wall. And number 9 for the eaves. setbacks. So the other variance number 3 is requesting wall height. We are allowed to have 8.5 meter. We are asking for 9.3. I would like to explain a little bit here. If you put the drawing number A0, A0 and A10. A0, them I mean the first page. Okay. Usually people, when I see the height, they confusing and when overall height. I want just to clarify that our overall height is 11 meter as zoning bylaw allowed. So we allowed to have third story 11 meter height, but we try to make it to show it a little bit better and consistent with the neighborhood. So I designed like to have 2-story height in the front and 2-story height in the rear. I mean, the third floor is very in the middle, and it has 12 foot shorter in the length at the rear side and 5 foot shorter from the front side. So it means that when people sit at the rear yard, I don't think they could see the third floor. So it looks at 2-story height. I just want to explain this to make it more clear that the design is consistent with the area. So the other thing is the variance FSI number 4. We are allowed to have 80%, but we asking for 98%. And then variance number 10 is about one of the balcony has 5.93, more than 4 square meter allowed. So then the variance number 8 and 12 is related to the front yard. We are working on it with transportation regarding the parking pad in the front. We prefer to have a wider curb cut to accommodate 2-car garage better. And I have revised the driveway to have 1 meter setback from the utility pole as transportation asked for. We will need to have transportation confirm this option. If not, we need to keep the existing curb cut and driveway as recommended. And the 11 is number variance 11 is deleted already. That's it.
Okay, thank you, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have Maria Bellissimo. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, I don't have Maria on the line, but I do have someone who's dialed in with a phone number that's not registered, so let's just check if that's her.
Okay.
Yes, that's me.
Yes. Okay, thank you, madam.
That's me, yes.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Marianne Bellissimo, 84 Bowie Avenue.
Okay, if you'd like to give us
Toronto.
If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yeah, so yes, thank you. So just I know I'm legally blind, so I'm using a phone right now and can't see, even though I have an assisted computer, I cannot see the changes that were just put up. But our concerns as a family here are mostly that each floor has what is called a bar sink. And in our mind, even though it's proposed duplex, we're pretty sure down the road it's very simple to change, put a door up, and each floor has private access to make that into 4 separate apartments. Even as a duplex, our concern is the whole rental aspect of the home. We've had renters on our block, and it's been a disaster. Garbage thrown everywhere because it's not their own home. They don't really care. Parking, if you're going to be putting, whether it's 2 apartments there or 4 apartments there, God forbid, then our parking issues are going to be already a disaster here. We have only one other property, to my knowledge, that is rented on the street, and they're trying to shove 3 or 4 vehicles into a 2-part parking spot. So if we're having 2 families or 4 families living there, I don't know, either there's not going to be any parking on the street, or they could be doing the same, changing that from 1 parking spot to 2 parking spots. They could be trying to shove several cars in there because they're all living in that property. My husband had some concerns, but he's working now and can't speak. What were the other issues? I think mostly it's changing with the parking. It's the concern that that's going to be 4 separate apartments down the road instead of just a duplex. By just adding a door, the basement has its own door. The front door, you can just put a door on the side and have the stairs go up to the 3rd and 4th floors. The height, my husband, sorry, it's shaking his hand. The height requirement, whether or not they move it in and how it looks from the street, it's the fact that you're adding an extra floor and that can be rented out separately. It's just turning it into a small, like, quadruplex, it looks like to us. Sorry, my husband's also saying he's got a sewage concern where we've had backed up sewers, not being able to handle what's in the area already, and that's just going to add to the issue. I thank you for your time, and that's our concern.
Okay, thank you. Oh,
she's still on? Hi, Maria. Is there something we can do to help you understand the changes that were made? Would you like either for us to read out the areas that was deleted?
I'm just wondering. Yes, and also, like, I understand they're going to speak with the transportation authorities, but is that still proposed as 2 parking spots?
Well, we'll let the applicant answer that question, but in terms of the changes that were made, I understand
Sure.
there was a little bit of trouble visualizing. Is there something that you want us to do? Would you like the applicant to repeat the changes? Will that help?
Well, yes, I didn't understand. They said the 11th one's been deleted, but I can't read
Yeah,
what
no
the
problem.
11th one
If
is.
you'd like, we can read that out to you. Would that be okay? Okay. Mr. Chair, can you read that?
okay. Madam, the change that was made to the application was variance number 11, which currently reads a minimum of 75% of the required front yard landscaping must be soft landscaping. The proposed front yard soft landscaping is 26.95%. They're eliminating that variance. They're not asking for it anymore. That's the only change to the application. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have McMillan, McKinley, or Matthew Long.
Sorry, did you say Emily McKinley?
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Hello?
I need your full name and address, please. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I
hi
get
there.
your full name and address, please?
Yes, this is Emily McKinley at 76 Bowie Avenue, York, Ontario. I am the house just east of the applicant.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Sure. I'm also speaking for my husband, Matthew Long, who is currently in a classroom teaching, so I'll cover for both of us. So as I said, my family lives just east of 78 Bowie at 76 Bowie. I'm very concerned that the ask to review minor variances to the zoning bylaws today are in fact mostly major. and that they should be reviewed intensively by someone in the city with a professional specialized background on their effects to the neighboring houses and community. I'm concerned with the approving the major variances. There will be drainage issues with the less soft landscaping. I understand the front has been removed with variance 11, but also in the back, as the house stretches longer than its current footprint. The drainage off its roof onto mine and other neighboring homes. Other environmental impacts, such as losing the plants and trees in the front and backyards. The effects of damaging neighboring older trees. Loss in already limited street parking by widening the driveway. And also a duplex needing more parking. Construction vehicles and machinery blocking access to my home, as I'm directly beside. The tight spacing between the houses. I'm worried about our almost 100-year-old foundations with all the pounding and vibrations, along with the ability to work from home with all the upset and noise of tearing down and rebuilding a house. In addition, the 3-story duplex is being added to a community of mostly bungalows. Losing the sunlight with the extended footprint in my front and backyard, which stretches beyond the front and back houses lines on the street. This will affect my ability to have the garden, personal enjoyment of my property, and will affect my mental health for needing the sunlight. Privacy and safety for my family in our yard. The 3-story, actually, although it was mentioned by the applicant that it really looks like a 2-story, it's actually extended with a balcony. So it's the same footprint is covered in the 3rd story as it is with the 1st and 2nd. So there'll be balconies looking over front yard and backyard, while also extending further into the backyard, and way over my 6-foot-high neighbor fence. I'm concerned about mine and neighboring utility wires that cross over into the back of 78 Bowie. I'd love to learn what the plan is to handle that. And the rental aspect, there has been renters in that home previously, the one that will be torn down, and there's been glass left since those renters left on the driveway, which has gone onto the sidewalk. So I'm very concerned about if this becomes a rooming house or something larger, that it will have an extreme effect on my property. And that's everything I would like to say.
Okay, thank you, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Paula or Vladimir Radic, R-A-D-I-C. Are you there?
Hello.
Yes, hello. Can I get your full name and address?
Yes, my name is Vladimir Radic. I'm also speaking on behalf of my wife, Paula Garrido, and the address is 82 Bowie Avenue.
Okay, thank you, sir. If I could just emphasize, sir, please give us your thoughts on this application, but please don't repeat material we've already heard.
Okay, I'll try to be as brief as possible. My concerns are actually a few that were already mentioned by the neighbors. What impacts us directly is actually the proximity to the the setback on the I guess it'll be on the west of my west of their property. I think the allowable setback is 1.2 meters, so they're going as close as 0.3 meters. But once again, we have an old foundation wall, which is probably over 100 years old, that will definitely be exposed. The setback shown is 0.3, but that's a foundation wall. And I think the actual wall, exterior wall itself, it's closer. I think it's 0.2 meters. And then at the upper or the higher part of the building is actually 0.1 meter from the property line. My building is already very close to the property line as well. So my concerns, number one, is exposure of the foundation. I mean, undisturbed, it's okay, but now once it gets open, we don't know what we're going to encounter. And also I'm looking at future issues of maintenance and any kind of improvements. So if that's one of the biggest concerns that we have. The other thing is also, I think it was mentioned before, which is the height of the building itself and some of the privacy concerns. and the sunlight actually getting into the backyard where we have an actual deck. I think some of the other areas were already addressed, which is the front. Just to say, I just want to make a comment. I'm not opposing the development or the improvement of the neighborhood, but there's certain things that are affecting us actually directly, so they need to be brought forth.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go to the last person on the list. I have Joe Becerra or Alexandra Becerra, B-E-Z-E-R-R-A. Are you there?
Yes, Alexandra Becerra and Joe Becerra at 74 Bowie Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M6E like Edward, 2P like Peter 5.
Thank you, madam. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application, but I emphasize, madam, please don't repeat material we've already heard.
Well, unfortunately, we're kind of emotionally charged, and I'm going to have to read off of the email that I had sent, which I had attached 2 pictures of the front of our house, as well as the property on 78 Bowie, and the backyard of our house, showing the view of our neighbor's patio at 76 Bowie and the house at 78 Bowie. But first, I'd like to mention I didn't quite catch the owner's name on the letter that was sent to us May 31st. It shows Anita Alade Majir Bagar Najad. I may have missed the name. We're the property owners at 74 Bowie, which is a small bungalow. We'd purchased this property in 1987, have raised our children in this home and community. We're devastated that there is a proposal of a 3-story dwelling being built on this small family-oriented street neighborhood. There's no room for the huge dwelling in this location. The sheer size of the dwelling is not in line with the original homes in this area. The space between the 2 houses is ridiculously small for this monstrous dwelling that's on the proposal. My concerns and some of the hazards are a fire hazard. There's no clearance between the houses next door. The drilling and the digging of the foundation will affect our foundations with the soil shifting. The traffic of the construction trucks will create noise pollution. The dust and the dirt will create further contamination of our air. The children in the neighborhood will not be able to play freely. People working from home will be unable to work due to the noise. We have an old oak tree in our backyard, which is at least 70 years old. I suspect that if there's any excavation, the roots may be damaged. We also have an apple tree in that backyard. We have a tree in the front yard, which is at least 50 years old, with the roots probably stretching for meters. If there's any excavation, that tree may get damaged. I believe that's a city tree. Proposed 3-story dwelling with the potential of 4 floors being rented to different tenants, similar to a rooming house or Airbnb, is a small community unto itself and may possibly have issues of its own. The bungalow at 78 Bowie was previously rented out to many different individuals and also had garbage strewn in the front yard and bottles on the veranda. Whenever I walked the dog, I would have to bring the dog onto the street so that it wouldn't have glass on it, walking through the glass. The parking on the street has always been difficult. We've been in that location for many years. It's going to be a problem whether they have 1 pad parking in the front or 2 pad parking. They'll try to squeeze cars in because there's no room to put them. This dwelling will affect our privacy in our front and backyards due to the height and the proposed decks on the dwelling. The dwelling will cast shadows on our flower beds and gardens. The dwelling will create unnecessary higher density on our small street. There are already many proposals on the main streets nearby. Traffic is chaos on Eglinton and Dufferin and has been for a number of years. There's all kinds of buildings being built up and down and across Dufferin and Eglinton. We're not in agreement with any of these proposed changes, especially a 3-story dwelling. We need more green spaces and landscaping in our community. It's not fair to allow the building on our street of what appears to be a 3-story apartment building. The 2 pictures that I've attached show our home at 74 Bowie, our neighbor's home at 76 Bowie, and on the left-hand side, there's a tree in front of 78 Bowie. I am very concerned if this building is built. It's modern home, which belongs more on Tycos or Orphis in an industrial area. It does not provide any benefit to the look of our street and the integrity of our street. I appreciate you listening to my voice and hopefully coming to some agreement where if they do build, they build something similar to what they have and don't create any
Madam, can you summarize, please?
issues. Yes, I don't want a 3-story dwelling being built on our street. I want the landscape of the street to be kept very similar to what it is.
Okay, thank you, Madam.
With 1-story homes or 2-story homes. Thank you.
Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question to the madam is, you mentioned in your statement that the buildings are very close and there are not enough laneway space. You have some idea how far the new building will be from the property lines?
Yeah, it appears that it'll be right on the property lines, extending all the way to the backyard, and I will be facing a brick wall when I'm sitting in my driveway in the back.
So do you think, madam, when they are excavating the foundation could be encroachment on the other side?
Of course. You're encroaching on our property and our privacy on all sides.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of the speaker? We'll go back to the agent. Ms. Baradaran, are you there?
Yes, I am
You've
here.
heard the comments from the previous speakers, if you'd like to reply.
Actually, I have no comment because a lot of other larger buildings is going to committee and asking for the variances these days and confirmed the population is growth. So this area already had 3-story allowed and 2-unit allowed. So we are not going outside of the zoning bylaw. So I don't have any comment about this. Only for the other neighbors beside us, the concern about excavation and foundation. I just wanted to tell we have engineers to do this kind of stuff properly without any issue and any effect to the neighbors' foundation. So there is no need to worry about that. Even if it is exposed, they will waterproofing and improving even the neighbors' foundation. So I wanted to let them know it's and also we have gable roof with design for this purpose, that the all water coming toward front and rear and not to side. So there is no water issue in the sides.
Okay, thank you, madam.
I am happy to answer any other question.
Okay, thank you, madam. I just wanted to ask the overall height of the building under the current bylaw, 569-2013. The overall height of the building complies with the new bylaw. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this revised application, please? Note that variance number 11 has been deleted. Mr. Kidd?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I did have a question for the agent, if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
I couldn't. When they showed the revised site plan drawing, it was too small to see the parking arrangement in the front. And I know one of the neighbors asked how many parking spots are provided with the new plan.
Okay, it's a good question because we already designed 2-car parking pad. One of the variants also is related to the one of the parking spot has 2.6 meter with less. It means less than what allowed that one of the variants we requested. We wanted to have 2-car because it is 2 units, so it's better to have 2-car inside. But it depends on the transportation. If they allowed us to have a little wider curb cut to accommodate this 2-car parking, we are communicated with them. One of the option the one on the screen is my preferred option because we redesign a driveway to have a 1 meter distance from hydro pole. So if they accept this option, we could have 2-car properly. But if transportation recommended to keep the existing curb cut, I'm not sure if we keep the existing curb cut, we can accommodate 2-car parking. Actually, I'm not sure about that.
Thank you. I'm not clear. You've decided to eliminate variance number 11. In doing so, you committed to 75% soft landscaping in the front yard. How do you propose to get a 2-car parking spot in the front and maintain 75%?
Yeah, we actually we did this by revising the pavers to have a permeable landscape pavers that is it is called the turf-stone permeable pavers with 40% open grass between. The planner approved this.
When you talk about, I'm sorry, Mr. Kidd, when you talk about turf stone paving, you're talking about that type of paving stone where the grass is allowed to grow between spaces in the paving stones. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kidd, any
I'm not
questions?
sure that that's...
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this revised application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish the applicant had deferred this application and worked things out with transportation before they came to the committee. However, I think what I'll do is put forward a motion to accept this application, make it subject to forestry condition. The application will be amended to eliminate variance number 11, but I'm going to make it conditional to the approval of transportation services as well, just so to resolve the issue around the front yard parking and soft landscaping.
Mr. Kidd, if I could add, there's also a planning condition. If committee decides to approve the revised application, staff also recommends that the property be developed substantially in accordance with the revised site drawing submitted to the Committee of Adjustment and attached as attachment number 1 to their report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I missed that. Yes, include that planning staff condition as well.
Yes, and there's also, as I indicated, the Transportation Services report of the 2nd of June, there in the conclusion section, it had 4 conditions which we could place as a condition on the application, which is the property line is consistent with the survey, the existing sidewalk with dimensions, maintain the existing curb cut and driveway width that complies with the requirement number 4, which is provide a minimum of 1 meter clearance from the closest edge of the proposed driveway to the closest outer edge of the utility pole on the public right-of-way. So those, would you like to impose those 4 as conditions to approval as well?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, please.
Thank you. Someone to second that? Well, I guess there's no one that, Mr. Khan, you second that? Okay.
Sir, I will second with the addition that you have mentioned. With that, I will second it.
Okay, thanks. So you second it. All those in favor? That motion carries. Madam, your revised application's been approved, subject to transportation services, city planning, and urban forestry conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now on item number 12, 8 Regina Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That is Mike De Oliveira. Are you there, sir?
Hi, good morning, well, good afternoon, committee. My name is Mike De Oliveira. I'm here acting on behalf of 8 Regina Avenue, and I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road.
Okay, thank you, sir. I've just gone through your application. You have 3 variances before us. It's pretty clear what you're asking for. I note that there are no staff comments or conditions recommended on your application. Just wanted to ask, sir, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
I'd just like to point out that our additions are simply continuing the existing setbacks or are slightly worse due to slight variation to the angle of the property lines on either side. We're essentially either building on top of the existing 1-story or going in line with the existing house towards the rear. We have support from the neighbor on the left. To the right, those are businesses along the back. There's no concern from any of those people as well. So I think it's pretty straightforward. Opening questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are no staff recommendations for this application, but I find it's minor variances, therefore this application be approved.
Thank you. Mr. Kidd, will you second that? Mr. Kidd seconds. That motion carries. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a brief break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, committee's back in session. Thank you very much. I'll just wait for Mr. Khan. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're now on item number 13, 170 the Bridle Path. I have one person registered to speak. That's Richard Wengel. Are you there, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Can I get your full name and address,
Thank you.
please?
Yes, it's Richard Wengel, 102 Avenue Road, Toronto.
Okay, thank you, sir. I notice you have two variances before. It's pretty clear what you're asking for. I've gone through your file. I note that there's a TRCA report of the 25th of May that had no objections to your application. There's a city planning report dated the 2nd of June that had no objections to your application subject to a condition. And there's a report from Urban Forestry that was recommending refusal. I guess apparently they believe that there's a tree that's going to require removal and that they'd like it to be kept. So if you could perhaps give us a very brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposals, specifically with reference to that Urban Forestry report, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If our presentation material can be brought up. We have a site plan that we can show you. And we just zoom in on the site plan. Actually, there's a second blow up right there. Yeah, so Mr. Chair, this is, again, ongoing. We have a permit for this dwelling. The owners wanted to create a covered entranceway. And again, we are working with Urban Forestry around, we do have a permit for this drive. We've just modified it. But the request is for an extended canopy to cover the entrance. We have neighbor support and planning has no issue with it. We are still dealing with a fire route that's required under the building code that can still be had with a modified driveway. And again, we are still dealing with Urban Forestry, but there's a small water feature that is at the front of the property that we still want to keep. It's just a shallow pool, reflecting pond. And again, there'll be some injury to the tree, but you know, we're still dealing with Urban Forestry on this. Again, there's like 50 something odd trees that are being preserved on this site. Right now, we are still able to work with this tree and work with the driveway around this tree, so it's not a perfect semicircle, but we are still in discussion with them. We still feel this is minor. Again, the reflecting pond will not kill the tree. It will be a slight injury to the tree. The tree is not an indigenous species to the lot. It was an ornamental tree. And we have been dealing with the councillor's office and Urban Forestry are still in discussions, but we feel this is a separate issue from the tree itself. It won't kill the tree to have the canopy there, because it's a cantilevered condition. So the footings are away from the tree. It's just the reflecting pond is in an injury position, but can be dealt with.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I am taking the consideration of the recommendation from the staff. And they are saying the canopy be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawings attached to this report, plus forestry conditions. The plan be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Will you second that motion, Mr. Kidd? That motion carries, and that motion carries. Mr. Wengel, your application's been approved, subject to urban forestry and city planning conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Now on items, actually, I think we'll deal with both of them. Items 14 and 15, which are 400 Hollywood Avenue, parts 1, 2, and 3. I have one person registered to speak. That is Shiraz Kevorkian. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm there.
Yes, hello, sir. I note that you have these 3 applications before us. If you'd like to give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal. I hope you've read the city planning report dated the 2nd of June on both these applications, parts 1, 2, and 3. They're recommending refusal. So if you're in your presentation, I suggest that you focus on the fact of why we shouldn't refuse your applications. And there's also recommended conditions from urban forestry.
Sure. Yeah, I read the recommendation from the city staff. So we are dealing with the 2 applications, 400 and 402 Hollywood Avenue. And we're dealing with one variance related to the height for a flat roof that increased from 7.2 to 8.6. So decision to have a flat roof came from client wish to have a sustainable development that is encouraged by the City of Toronto, green standard, and accepted by the zoning bylaw. The design implements a green roof to increase the green area and harvest rainwater, and also implement the photovoltaic solar panel for renewable energy. These 2 designs work better on flat roof. Following a review on the surrounding neighborhood, we found favorable decisions for flat roof building that exceed the zoning bylaw height. For example, recent decision includes 8.16 meter at 213 Empress Avenue and 8.56 meter at 355 Spring Garden Avenue. I would like to mention that there is a major development in the adjacent right side of the subject lot, where 16 3-story townhouses that gives to the Bayview and 2 single detached dwelling with 1 gives to Hollywood Avenue, all of them with a flat roof, and the height is variable, that goes up to 13 meters. Also on the south corner of Hollywood Avenue and Bayview Avenue, which is very close and facing the subject property, there is already townhouse development. It's already 3-story, and the facade looking to the Hollywood Avenue has a massive height of main wall that exceed the 10 meters. So we had the chance to work with the city planner after applying for the Committee of Adjustment to reduce the wall mass by changing the parapet that is allowed by the zoning bylaw for green roof to be a glass to reduce the main wall height and mass filling. So we believe that this height at the property and the next adjacent property for 02 Hollywood Avenue will respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the neighborhood and will work perfectly and in harmony with the massing at the end of Hollywood Avenue, and will be a transition with the adjacent future development and the existing facing townhouses. Thank you.
Sir, I just had a question to ask. These properties were the subject of a previous decision in 2019. And that decision allowed an exterior main wall height of 8.64 meters. And you folks are asking for a proposed overall height of 8.6 meters. So what's the difference between the 2019 and the current dimension you're asking for? Is it because the 2019 decision referenced a pitched roof building, and that this is brought up simply because it's a flat roof building?
That is correct, because it's on 2019, it was approved based on a sloped roof, and we respected all the approved requirements except the roof, that we changed it from sloped roof to flat roof.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Kidd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I missed the description of the development the adjacent development facing onto Bayview Avenue. Can you give me the height of the proposed development on Bayview?
So it's really the adjacent to our lot. It's a combined of a lot that they are developing town homes right on the Bayview, but you have also two houses that are one giving to Hollywood Avenue and the other to the upper parallel avenue, and there is a road that communicates between both of them. I know the height, it varies in the building, but it's a 3-story building and it goes up to 13 meters.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions of the speaker? No, thank you. If I could get a motion on these applications, please. I'll split them up into the two applications. For item number 14, 400 Hollywood Avenue, Part 1. Could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have listened to the presentation, but I still maintain that staff's concern is legitimate, that the flat roof with a height of 8.6 meters exceeding 7.2 meters allowable building height, and this extra height for flat roof makes the roof accessible and can be used as a green roof with the potential as a platform and terrace. The flat roof heights fails to satisfy zoning bylaws and official plan. Therefore, I move this application be refused.
Mr. Kidd, will you support Mr. Khan's motion to refuse the application? No, okay, and I won't support it either, so that motion doesn't carry. Can I get another motion, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I share Mr. Khan's concern with the height of this building. However, I think given the location of this site adjacent to quite a high development on quite a tall development on Bayview Avenue. These proposed buildings might form an appropriate transition from the Bayview property to the rest of the neighborhood. And in that sense, I would like to put forward a motion to accept the application subject to forestry condition.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kidd. Will you support that motion, Mr. Khan? Okay.
No, sir.
Okay, I will support Mr. Kidd's motion, so that motion carries. Mr. Kevorkian, your application number 14, 400 Hollywood Avenue, Part 1 has been approved, subject to urban forestry conditions. We're on, if I could get a motion on item number 15, 400 to 402 Hollywood Avenue, Parts 2 and 3. If I could get a motion on that application, please. Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the same reasons, I'd like to put forward a motion to accept this application subject to forestry condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Will you, Mr. Khan, will you support that motion? No.
No, sir.
Mr. Khan will not support it. Mr. Khan dissenting. I will support Mr. Kidd's motion, so that motion carries. Mr. Kevorkian, your item number 15, 400 Hollywood Avenue, Parts 1 and 2 has been approved, subject to urban forestry conditions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee.
Thank you. Now on item number 16, 32 Devondale Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That's Jonathan Benskowski, are you there, sir?
Morning, afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Jonathan Miskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just going through your file here. I note that we have no other persons registered to speak. The only recommended condition is from Urban Forestry. It's pretty clear what you're asking for in the 5 variances we have before us this afternoon. Is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a straightforward minor variances. I move this application be approved with forestry conditions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khan. Someone to second that? Mr. Kidd seconds. That motion carries. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now on item number 17, 23 Laurentia Crescent. I have one person registered to speak. That's the agent, Anthony Bartolini. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, we don't have Anthony on the call right now. We're trying to reach out to him.
Okay, I'll go to the next
skip
person.
to the next one.
I'll go to the next item. Item number 18, 221 Dunforest Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. Hamed Behesht, are you there? Hamed
Committee members
Behesht.
and committee staff.
Yes, can I get
That's right, Behesht.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can I get your full name and address?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Hamid Behesht from Homeland. I am the co-designer of the house from 49 Wycliffe Crescent in Toronto.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just going through your file, I note there's a couple of reports, one from Urban Forestry with a recommended condition. There's a city planning report of 2nd of June that had no objections to your application subject to condition. It's pretty clear what you're asking for in the variances that we have before us this afternoon, sir. Is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us today?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my opinion, the requested variances are minor in nature, and I'd look to put forward a motion to accept the application subject to the condition that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the west and east side elevation drawings submitted to the Committee of Adjustment and attached as attachment 1 and 2 to the staff report dated June the 2nd. And subject to forestry conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Will you support that, Mr. Khan? Yes, he does. Okay, that motion carries. Sir, your application's been approved subject to city planning and urban forestry conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members, and committee staff.
Thank you. Mr. Barrera, do we have Anthony Bartolini on the phone? Okay, Mr. Bartolini, are you there? We're back on item number 17, 23 Laurentia Crescent. And you have one person registered to speak, the agent Anthony Bartolini. Are you there?
I am speaking.
Yes, hello, sir. Can I get your full name and address, please?
My name is Anthony Bartolini from Square Design Group, and I'm representing my clients from 23 Laurentia Crescent.
Okay,
I don't have any further information to add, but I'm more than willing to answer any questions there may be. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. The only thing I note that there's a information report from city planning dated the 2nd of June, which indicates that the recommended variance for rear yard landscaping should actually be 43%, not 28% as stated on the notice. I'll just ask Mr. Lamb, does that create any problems? Okay, all right, thank you. Do we have to amend the okay, Mr. Bartolini, do you agree with the information report from city planning? Mr. Bartolini, are you there?
Hi, sorry, I was just muted. I wasn't able to
Okay.
unmute myself. I do agree with the staff report. I think there was just a little bit of confusion that we clarified with them there.
Okay, so if we could, sir, if you could just read into the record formally as to what that new variance, you only have the one variance, so if you could just read into the record what that variance should read.
Yeah, so the proposed rear yard landscaping area would be based on, I believe, what you said, because it's not here in my staff report, I don't believe. Oh, yep, here we are. Sorry. Toronto building staff have confirmed with staff that the applicant is proposing a rear yard soft landscaping area of 43%.
Yeah. Okay. Sure, you're proposing to change variance number 1 so that the proposed rear yard landscaping area is 43%. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything further you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us today?
I think the application is summarized perfectly in the staff report, so I don't have any further information.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the site plan for the property, and it looks like there's very little soft landscaping on. There's a 2-foot strip along the south limit and along the rear limit, and a 1-foot strip across the north limit, and that's it. It doesn't seem like anywhere near 43% to me. Are there going to be changes made to the site plan?
So the site plan in front of us today is what is proposed currently. The way the calculation was done, based on the recommendation from planning staff there, or the plans examiner per se, was if you see, and I'm not sure how to actually show you, but the rear yard was calculated from the 2 furthest walls of the house, which are closer to the property line. So on the left and right side, it says grass area and then mulch flower bed. They included that in the rear yard calculation because they assumed that that would be considered the rear yard as well. I'm not sure if I explained that correctly.
Yeah, and that was with the advice of the planning staff, was it? Because generally the rear yard is from the rear face of the house to the rear lot line.
The planning, so we went back and forth with planning, and I guess what happened is we came to a conclusion that that's where we would consider the rear yard from. And I'm not sure how they came to that conclusion, but from their perspective, I do believe that that's how they calculated it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
no problem, thank you.
Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put forward a motion on the amended application. The application for variance number 1 changed from 28% for the rear yard landscaping area to 43%, and otherwise without condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Will you support that, Mr. Khan?
Yes.
Thank Mr. Kidd. Mr. Khan seconds. That motion carries. So your application's been, your revised application's been approved without condition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're now on item number 19, 172 Sandringham Drive. Is the agent there? I have one person registered to speak. That's Brianne Robinson. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Brianne Robinson. I'm a planner with Weston Consulting, located at 201 Millway Avenue, Suite 19 in the city of Vaughan.
Okay, thank you, madam. I noticed that there's 2 reports on file with your application. There's one from the Toronto Region Conservation Authority dated the 2nd of June. They have no objections to your application. There's a city planning report dated the 2nd of June, which has no objections to your application either, subject to a condition. You have 4 variances before us. It's pretty clear what you're asking for. I'll just ask, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
No, nothing further this afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm repeating the recommendation made by the staff that this proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawings and rear elevation drawings submitted to the Committee of Adjustment on May 30th, 2022, attachment number 1 and 2 to this report. Move for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Someone to second that? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries. Sir, Madam, your application's been approved subject to city planning conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you. Now on item number 20, I had 132 Elviston Drive. I have 4 people registered to speak. I have the agent, Anthony Del Grosso. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, it's Anthony Del Grosso of Madero Design, 406 Horsham Avenue, M2R1H2.
Okay, thank you, sir. I was going through your report. I note that there's some staff comments here. One from Toronto Region Conservation Authority dated the 27th of May. They have no objection to your application. And then there is a report from City Planning dated the 2nd of June, which recommends some modifications to your application. And then if those modifications are made, there's a recommended condition associated with that. I just wanted to ask, sir, have you had the opportunity to read those reports?
Yes, we have, and we have no issues with the conditions. We'll abide by them.
Okay, so I understand, are you prepared to make those modifications as requested by City Planning?
Yes, we have. We have submitted the site plan, and that's what we'd like to move forward with.
If you could, sir, if you could, for the record, if you could read those changes into the record, please, so that the public can...
Yeah, so... Yeah, sorry, yes. So our first variance would have been a front yard setback. 8.32 is required. We had initially proposed a 5.29, and working with planning, we've bumped that to 7 meters.
Okay.
We've also realigned the front wall, so it actually helps with variance number 2 with the canopy, so that has also been reduced, so there's no impact on that. The stairs, or the item number 4, has also been reduced. We're allowed to encroach 2.5, where we had proposed 3.05. We are now at 2.76, so
Okay,
that's been reduced.
Hang on a second, sir.
Sure.
Variance number 2 is deleted.
Yeah, oh, sorry, yes, variance number 2, the steps have been modified, so that is...
Okay. Is there any other changes proposed?
Well, I guess item number 4, we were encroaching 3.05.
Okay.
Where now we have pushed the front wall back, so we are only encroaching 2.76.
Okay.
So we've reduced that encroachment.
Okay, so variance number 4, which reads the proposed platform encroaches 3.05 meters into the required front yard setback, will read the proposed platform encroaches 2.76 meters into the required front yard setback. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and there any other changes?
No, that would be it.
Okay, thank you. If you'd, because we have other speakers here, sir, if you'd like to give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your revised application.
So we, the owners are looking to obviously build a new 2-story dwelling. We have worked with TRCA and planning to achieve, because it is a ravine lot. So there's a lot of, I guess, conditions in the rear, and we were forced to push the house forward as much as we could. And in doing so, the design caused these variances. But we, like I said, we did work with planning to have a lot of these variances reduced at the front. And, you know, we had approval from TRCA, so they're okay with what we've done at the back. And planning, I guess, has no objections to, you know, as long as we abide by their conditions that to do the front. So even in saving some of the trees in that, there is one tree that may be an issue, and that is a Norway maple. We had the arborist out there to take a look at that. It is in fair condition. They recommend removing it. It is cracked and hollow in the center. And there's even a report from Toronto dated, you know, August 29th that the city of Toronto is looking to remove a lot of these Norway maple trees just because of they're so invasive, and the seeds in that are damaging ravines and all that. So, you know, the owners are willing to replace trees. Obviously, they do like the trees, but this one is, you know, if there's another windstorm like we had a few weeks ago, it's a little bit dangerous. So that's the only tree that's really in effect going to be an issue when we do our construction. But I really have nothing further to add other than, you know, we're doing what we can and working with the city and everyone else to get this approved.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have Azmat Ahad. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, this person is not on the call at the moment.
Okay, I'll take them off the list. Next person on the list is a Colette Prevost or Kathy Walker. Colette Prevost or Kathy Walker?
Yeah, Kathy Walker, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
If I could get your name, full name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Kathy Walker. I'm at 130 Elviston Drive.
Okay, thank you, madam. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yes, it's new construction. I didn't know the changes to the proposal, but the existing changes that I had notice of were 10 feet closer to the road. So now it seems that they will be only 4 feet closer to the road. My house is directly next door, and any movement forward towards the road cuts off the view from my front window. So I would be effectively looking at their wall. And that's the main front window in the house. In the back of the proposal, in the backyard, they're considering it to be 12 feet closer to the ravine. And I'm concerned about the preservation of the ravine, disruption due to construction, and just the proximity to the edge of the ravine. As far as I understand, no pools are allowed in the backyard. If there are no pools, then why are we allowed to construct closer to the ravine, which might upset that and also upset the light in the back of my house to the sunroom? There was other construction proposed on the street to go forward from the house, and it was refused, and they just redid the plans and built with the existing sight line the way it is. The whole street is that way right now, and it's nice and green. With houses moving closer to the street, it takes away a lot of green space, and the look of the street, it would create a bad precedent. As far as I understand, the one tree in the front would be removed, and 2 trees in the rear, perhaps 3 trees in the rear to be removed. So I have concerns about trees being removed that are mature and aren't ready to be taken down. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to your conclusion.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Peter Gillespie. Are you there? Peter Gillespie, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
My name is Peter Gillespie. I live at 140 Alveston Drive.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Okay, Kathy covered a lot of my thoughts. This house has currently just been renovated. It's a beautiful house on a nice street with mature trees on it, and the front yard has mature trees on it. It just sort of seems like a shame to destroy it, but that's neither here nor there. The plan is to demolish the structure of the new that's there completely. We're going to knock it all down. And my feeling was, why are they even applying for variance? Why can't they build a house within the current city zoning bylaws? I mean, they're building a whole new house. It doesn't make any sense to me that we have to start encroaching on streets and backyards and things. My other concern is that if you look up the street, you're going to lose the sight line up the street as they move forward. Now, I understand there have been variances. I listened to changes. I listened to those. I really can't, the first one I looked at the plan. I could see what was happening. It's a little abstract in my mind as to what's going to happen now in terms of how much further that property is going to be back from the road. I don't think we should be encroaching on any of the front variances because it creates a nice view up the street. If you approve this one, then what's to stop anybody in, I would say, Victoria Village or all of North York from encroaching on the street? And we're going to start to have serious problems. There are mature trees on the property. There is a beautiful, in the front of the house, Norway maple. I did not know that Norway maples were going to be removed. There's a Manitoba maple that is a weed tree in the valley that definitely should be considered removed, but I didn't understand that the Norway maple would be a problem. And we've got one arborist doing a study, and I'd like to question as to who hired the arborist and how, could I hire an arborist and have him do a study of the tree and come up with maybe a slightly different report? It's private property. I couldn't even really look at the tree except from the street view. I just am concerned. We're cutting down a lot of trees. It's a ravine lot. We're cutting down trees at the back. It's encroaching on the ravine. There's a lot of things here that I really don't like. I'm not sure of the laws. I'm just, I'm not an expert on the laws. I just sort of have my own ideas. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go back to the agent. Mr. Del Grosso, are you there?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Yes,
I'm
if you'd like to respond to the previous speakers.
Yeah, so if I could comment, our initial proposal that we had proposed was actually, we were trying to be in line with at the rear with 130 because they are closer to the ravine than we are. And then, TRCA with the setbacks, we worked with them and obviously cut the rear. So we're not encroaching as much as 130 is into the ravine. And then as far as, I guess, setting a precedence for front yard setbacks, when you have a ravine lot, you're forced to have these other issues at the back. So we're,
Two, which was the proposed stair width that has been deleted. And variance number 4, the proposed platform encroaches 3.05 meters into the required front yard setback. That has been changed to the proposed platform encroaches 2.76 meters into the required front yard setback. And if I could get a motion on this revised application, please. Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I accept the explanations that were provided by the applicant here today in addressing the concerns that were brought forward, and I'm in favor of approving this application. I'll put forward a motion to approve this application, and I'll make it subject to the changes that you've already outlined via the applicant, Mr. Chair. And I'll also make it subject to the front yard setback, front yard platform and canopy be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing. And there is no forestry on this one. I think that's TRCA was in agreement. So that's it. That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second Ms. Sankar's motion. Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your revised application has been unanimously approved, subject to city planning conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Committee.
Thank you. We're now on item number 21, 479 Lytton Boulevard. I have 4 people registered to speak. The agent is an Ali Malek Zada, Z-A-D-E-H. Are you there?
Mr. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and member of the committee. My name is Ali Malikzadeh, and I am architect and representing this application on behalf of the client.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask, I note that there's a couple of reports on file with your application. There's a city planning report dated the 30th of May, which recommends refusing variance number 9 for the proposed front main wall height, variance number 10 for the proposed rear main wall height, variance number 11 for the proposed east side main wall height, variance number 12 for the proposed west side main wall height, and variance number 14 for the proposed building height as measured under zoning bylaw number 7625. There's also a letter from Councillor Cole dated the 2nd of June, which supports planning's recommendation. So, sir, did you want to go forward with your application today?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The report and also the councillor letter. Yes, we are proceeding, and we have some changes and a modification in our variances, which I can start presenting.
Okay, so if you'd like to tell us, if you'd like to read into the record what those changes are. Sir, are you there? Can you
For
read
sure.
into the record what these changes are? I'm sorry.
To the which they had. Okay, I'll do that. So the eliminated.
Sir, hang on. You're breaking up. We can't hear you. You need to read into the record.
Variance number 8 eliminated.
Sir, you got to start over. You're
Can
breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Start over.
So variance number is eliminated.
Sir, you're breaking up. We can't
Variance
hear you.
number. Can you hear me?
I can hear
I
you.
am here now. Numbers.
Sir, there's something wrong with the connection. We can't hear you.
Ali, if possible, can you try dialing in with the phone number provided?
So I am okay. I'll do it.
Mr. Pereira, have we got him back yet?
Enter your access code or number followed by.
Hello, sir? Oh.
Enter your ID, numeric password by
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello. So, item number 6
Okay.
from the variance
Sir,
eliminated.
sir, you have to start over. Start at the beginning. Which variances are you proposing to change?
Okay, Mr. Chair, that's the beginning. Number 6 is eliminating.
Hang on just a second. Variance number 6, what are you proposing to change?
So we are proposing to reducing the size of the platform in order to meet the minimum requirement. So we are not going to exceed the that is permitted. So variance number 6 is going to be eliminated.
Variance number 6 is deleted.
Variance number 8.
Okay. Variance number 8, this reads the proposed area of the south balcony is 8.15 square meters. What are you changing it to?
So we reduce the size of the balcony to the 4 meters, and then the revised drawing was submitted to the committee as well.
Okay, hang on, just what are you proposing the area of the south balcony? Right now it reads 8.15 square meters. What are you changing it to?
4 meters.
How much?
To 4 meters.
Well, then you're deleting variance number 8, correct?
That's what I said.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
What's next?
No. The proposed front main wall height, main walls, is changed to 8.9.
Okay.
400.
What variance is that, sir?
Number 9.
Okay, so number 9, you're changing it. It says right now it reads the proposed front main wall heights are 9.55 meters for 100% of the total width. So what are you changing it to?
I am changing 955 to 8.9 meters.
So it's going from 9.55 meters for 100% of the total width to 8.9 meters for 100% of the total width. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other changes?
Item number 10 is repeated.
What is item number 10?
Number is the proposed rear main wall are 9.55 meter for 38% and a 9.07 meter for the 62% of the total width. So we change the roof line in the rear in order to eliminate this variance.
So variance number 10 is deleted.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other changes?
Variance number 11.
Okay.
The proposed east side main walls are 1.55 meters for 2%. So we're changing this one to 8.9 meters for 12%.
Hang on just a second. So the proposed east side main walls, as it currently reads, are 9.55 meters for 29%. What are you changing it to?
To 8.9 meters for 12%.
8 point which?
8 meters, 12%.
8.0 meters for 12%?
No, Mr. Chair.
8.9 meters. For how much?
For 12%.
For 12%. Okay, is that the only change?
And 7.5 meters for 88%.
Okay, hang on. 10 10.5 meters,
7.5 meters,
hang on, let me see if we've got this right. What you want it to read now is the proposed east side main walls are 8.9 meters for 12%, 10.5 meters for 88%.
no, Mr. Chair, 8.7.
Sir,
Sorry, 7.5
meters
meters for.
Your phone keeps breaking up. You keep breaking up on us, okay? So we're trying to follow you, but your phone keeps breaking up. We can't follow you. So you've got the proposed
Mr. Chair, I could hear him well on the phone, so maybe I could say it because you might hear me better, but he's saying 8.9 meters for 12%.
Can you slow down, please? Can you slow down?
Yeah.
Okay, can you read that again? Can you read that out again, please?
He's saying 8.9 meters for 12%.
Okay.
And then 7.5 meters for 88%.
Okay, 7.5 meters for 88%. Are there any other changes?
Yes, Mr. Chase. For number 12.
Okay.
How is going to be the proposed west side main walls are 8.9 meter for 12%.
Okay.
And 8.42 meter for 9%.
What was that? You're cutting out. Your phone keeps cutting out.
Mr. Chair, I just want to mention the connection issue might be from our end. I understand the panel members can hear the presenter, but in the chambers, we cannot. The applicant is breaking in and out when he speaks, which makes it very difficult to hear in the council chambers. But can I gauge if the members can actually hear him remotely?
Okay, he can hear.
Ms. Sankar says she can. Mr. Kidd?
I'm not entirely clear. His line is breaking up for me.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure. From our end in the council chambers, Ali, we can't hear you. We hear maybe every third word that you're saying. Have you tried, are you calling in on your telephone?
No, I'm still on the internet and I'm clearly hearing you with no problem.
We can't hear you. It's very difficult. Would you mind disconnecting from your internet and calling in on a phone number?
I can hear it.
That's fine, but we cannot in the council chambers.
I am disconnecting now, I'm calling.
So you're calling in on a telephone?
Yes, I'm calling from the telephone, but he is asking for another, which I don't have.
Okay, sir, we're going to try our best. That's all we can do, but this is going to take, we were on variance number 12. What do you want to change it to? I've got 8.9 meters for 12%, and then what?
8 meters for 9 meters.
I can't hear you, sir. It's breaking up. So,
Ali, we can't hear you. It's very, very poor connection on, I don't know whose end it is, but we cannot hear you make the changes in the council chambers. So you've called.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Because I could repeat it.
That would be helpful, but I just want to make, I'd love to hear it from the applicant though. Is there, Ali, sorry, just park that thought just for a second. Ali, are you saying you're currently calling in on a telephone? Is that correct?
No, sir. I am on my computer and internet. I can disconnect now and then call back again right now.
Can you call on a telephone?
I am going to call right now. I'm disconnecting now.
And you're going to call back on a telephone?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll pause this for a second.
Ali, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yep,
Yes.
loud and clear.
Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know what is the problem, but we are here. So I'm repeating item number 12.
Okay.
So the proposed west side main walls are 8.9 meters for 12%,
Okay.
8.42 meters for 9%,
8.42 meters for what?
for 9%.
For 9%?
Yes.
And?
And 7.5 meters for 79%.
Okay. Are there any other changes?
The last change is deleting item number 13.
What are you changing? I'm sorry, what was?
We are reducing the eaves encroachment from 1.02 to 0.9, which is the minimum allowance.
So do you actually need that variance?
No, we are deleting number 13.
So 13 is deleted. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. If you'd like to give, because we have other speakers who are waiting, if you could give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your revised application, please.
For sure. I am disconnected from my computer, but if the staff can show the revised drawing that we sent on June 7.
They're up on the screen.
So the
now.
So thank you so much. The most concern of the staff, which we had discussion about their concern, and also counselor, as well as the two adjacent property at the east and west of our property, which we had some presentation with them talking over the Zoom meeting once, and then the homeowner actually present the changes to them as well. The most of the concern was about the height of the building, especially just on the main wall height. We under the new bylaw, we don't have any variance on the actual height. So main wall height was
exceed from the permitted because of the 2 flat roofs that we originally had at the front and on the rear of the building. So we eliminate the flat roof at the rear of the building completely. So that's why we eliminating the variance number 10 because of that. So there is no variance. There is no variance on the main wall height on the rear of the building, as well as we eliminate the windows on the east side of the building completely and on the side in order to comply with the maximum main wall height for 88% on the item number 11, and then we have only 12% of a flat roof at the front of the building just because of the architectural design and a monument at the front of the building, which doesn't have any impact to the neighbors. For same reason, on the south side, on the west side also, we eliminate a couple of windows. The only windows that stay is for the bedroom we have in the west side, which make us to have the main wall height on the side for 8.42 meters for the 9%, which is just the width of that window. The rest is going to be 7.5 meters for 79%. For the same changes and the concern, the real balcony, it was reduced as per permitted area to the 4 meters, and then we proposing 2 privacy fence on both sides of this deck, which is out of the master bedroom, in order to comply with the request that the neighbors they have in terms of the privacy. Also, we reduce the eaves as well on both sides to not encroaching to the setback, and then we are eliminating on number 13 as well. So these are all revised and then modify in order to just comply and respond to the request of the neighbors as well as the city staff. There is one item that I have to just explain is the building length. We are complying with the 17 meters, and then we have a extended box that is comply with the extension and then the encroachment to the rear setback. But because of the height, which is just a technical issue, we our established grade is almost same as the crown of the road, and the height is not complying with the minimum 5 meters. So we are 5.99, and then that's why, because of the height of that box, the zoning is just as part of the definition, they including this box as part of our building length. So the building length is become 18.83, but the actual depth of that box is according to the zoning requirement, and we complying in that portion. About the overall height of the building under the old bylaw, we eliminating a big amount of the flat roof at the back of the building as well as to the side, and then the house is actually has a flat roof, but because of the amount of the just top flat roof of the main roof, we are not complying with the 25% of the allowance flat roof in overall roof. So that's why by the definition they calculating the height of the building to the top of the flat roof in a master roof, and then that's why it's a 9.995. But except that we are complying with our slope, the minimum requirement. The house is a slope roof, is not a flat roof, and but just the number
sir,
and then technical point is just bring us to this. It's finished. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ari, my question is simple. Could you kindly repeat variance number 14, which is building height 9.95? You said something I couldn't catch. Could you kindly?
Yes, Mr. Khan. The building height, the definition of the roof in under the old bylaw is that the maximum. I'm sorry.
Sir, say it's a flat roof, not a roof. Say flat roof.
Yes, it says flat roof because of the amount of the flat roof compared with the slope roof. The house is a slope roof, but when we have the partially flat roof, that flat roof cannot be more than 25% of the overall the roof area. So in our proposal, the top portion of the roof is just over that 25%. So in the eye of the zoning and the definition, they take this one as a flat roof because we are just over the 25% of the flat roof, and then they take in the height all the way to that portion of the flat roof, which is like a mansard roof. But the house is a is a slope roof. It's just the number and then percentage. So the amount of the flat roof that we have is 30% versus 25%, and then in order to reduce that to the 30%, we have to change the slope of the roof, which is not going to comply with the other portion of the bylaw. So for us, it's just very technical that we cannot have that meet that percentage of the flat roof versus the slope roof.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask the applicant to repeat the changes for number 11, yes, please?
Sir, can you go through those recommended revisions that you were proposing so that we make sure we've got them correct in the record? So I'll start.
From the beginning or just 11?
Okay, well, let me start then. Variance number 6 is deleted, correct?
Yes.
Variance number 8 is deleted, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Variance number 9 which reads the proposed front main walls are 9.55 meters for 100% of the total width, will read the proposed front main walls are 8.9 meters for 100% of the total width. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Variance number 10 is deleted. Variance number 11, which reads the proposed east side main walls are 9.55 meters for 29%, 8.77 meters for 10%, and 7.38 meters for 61% of the total width, will read the proposed east side main walls are 8.9 meters for 12% and 7.5 meters for 88% of the total width. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Okay. Variance number 12, which reads the proposed west side main walls are 9.55 meters for 31%, 8.77 meters for 18%, and 7.38 meters for 51% of the total width, will read the proposed west side main walls are 8.9 meters for 12%, 8.42 meters for 9%, and 7.5 meters for 79% of the total width. Is that correct?
It's correct.
And variance number 13 is deleted. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask, for variance 12, the last measurement, can the applicant clarify if he actually made it worse? Because
it's
in
not
the notice,
made it worse.
in the notice
but
it
we
says
just
7.38, and you've changed to 7.5, which means you're taller now.
I understand, but it's not making it worse. We are allowed to have 7.5 meters. We just corrected because examiner, they made some error on their calculation, even though on 9.55 meters, it was an error. But we correct this one all to this revision. So yes, it's 7.5 meters for 79%.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that you didn't actually make it worse.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next person on the list. I have Moira or Elliot Cohen. Are you there? Moira?
Yeah.
Yes.
We are here.
Yeah, can I get your full name and address, please?
It's Elliot Cohen, 483 Lytton Boulevard. We are on the west side of the proposed new house, and we're 483, and the house is 479. There is no address as 481.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
I would, but I'm very confused with number 11 because he made a change to 2 numbers, but there are 3 in here. And so he made the change in 11 he changed 9.55, and then he I don't know if he did the 8.77. I don't know how that happened, but the 7.38 I think becomes the 7.5 for 88%. Did he make the change for the 8.77 for 10%, which is similar to point number 12?
Okay, well, we can ask him when he comes back in the rebuttal section.
Okay, so I'm confused, totally confused as to what's going on with that. So here.
Can I explain to Paul?
Pardon?
Paul, 11, as I understand what he said.
Mr. Khan, can you let Mr. Cohen finish, please?
Sure.
Thank you. We did have meetings with the owners, and we were able to sort certain things out. But I do have a couple issues, and I don't know. Do you have the urbanscape planning, which you're showing here? Do you have A-10? Somebody's got this. Is there? That's A-01. I just want to know if there's a. Stop. Yeah, that's it. If you could just leave it there, I would then I will get to it. So our original issue had to do with the setbacks, but I understand that other houses are getting the side sets and able to go from 1.8 down, I think, to 1.5. So I understand that, but what I am worried about is if you take a look at his drawing, he has a very short basement there. And we're in a house, a bungalow that is 60 years old. And the property line that we're at is, our property line is, to the property line is 1.22 meters. And he's coming in to 1.5 meters. In order for him to dig down, he's going to have to come very close to the property line. And I'm just worried whether or not we need to have any shoring on that point. Do we need to have any shoring on that point with regards to to him for the construction part of it? And the other issue that I have is number 14. The building height says 8 meters. His proposed height is 9.95 meters. And that is a 24% increase. Oh, and remember, we are a bungalow, 1 story, and that is our concern with regards to. It seems that house will overpower and overshadow our house, and cut off sunlight on the east side of our house. And one of the other issues that that is there is that the street runs east and west, and since we are on the west side of the house, the road is not flat. It dries up. There's a slope, and it's anywhere between 30 to 40% slope from where we are up to the top of the crown of the hill, which is at Forest Wood. And he is on the east side of our house. We're at the lower end. He's at the higher end. If he's going to have a height proposal of the building of 9.95 meters, and if you go back to 8-10, he's got a very short basement. And as a result, his house is really going to be higher up than ours. And we're worried about the drainage because we're on the west side and we're on the lower side. So his ground level is higher than ours. So that's where we are having a problem with. Mara, do you have anything to say?
Nope.
So
I'm happy with the changes.
Okay, so that's where we are with this. And let the other people who want to have a discussion have a discussion. I thank you very much for hearing me out. And I'm a bit nervous about this, but thank you very much for hearing me out on this.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Barbara Yaffe or Peter Rostas.
I'm here.
Yes, can I get
Can you hear me? I'm here.
I can hear you. Can I get your full name and address?
Sure. Peter Rostas, R-O-S-T-A-S, 477 Lytton Boulevard, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Okay, my overall concern is to do with size and privacy. My first objection is basically to the balcony on the second floor. I think it was too large and it was just overlooking everybody else's backyard, including ours, including the Coens, including the people on the other side, on the south side of the proposed building. My second concern was the overall height of the building, and these are my main two concerns, the height and the balcony. And I think they've made some compromises, which I'm happy with, but I'd be happier if the compromises were even big and if they were in full compliance with the current existing bylaws.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any further any questions of the speaker? Okay, I have one other person down here as a speaker, and I'm not sure if they're connected to the agent. I have an Andy Nordeh, N-O-O-R-D-E-H. Are you there?
Hello?
Yes, hello?
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You hear me?
I can hear you. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes. No, yeah, actually, I'm the father of the applicant, the owner.
Okay, sir, we've already heard from your agent. You can't speak. Thank you. Okay, all right, sir. If you want to speak, go ahead, but don't repeat material that your agent has already spoke.
No, Mr. Chairman, I was about to tell you I have nothing to say.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
Andy, can you also just confirm that Nima will not be speaking as well?
I'm sorry, who was that?
No, he's not. He's not speaking because he's in an operating room right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to Mr. Ali Malek Zeta. Are you there? Mr. Zeta, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You've heard the questions from the previous speakers. If you'd like to reply to them, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Again, there is some questions about that main wall height. So if you'd like to go into that as described by Mr. Cohen.
I understand. It was about I'm just asking this. Am I echoing over there, or no? You can hear me clearly.
It's not that bad right now, but go ahead. And we'll let you know
ahead.
if we can't hear you.
I heard a comment. One second.
Ali, you're cutting out. Can you dial in again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Zeta. Can you please proceed?
Okay. Yes. So the question was about item number 11, and that they asking why there is a 3 number on the notice, and then we just reduce it to the 2 number because there was a window on the east side of the building that we removed. So there is no variances about those windows anymore. So we have just one variance, which is 8.9 meters for the 12%, and then the rest of the roof is complied with the minimum requirement of 7.5 meters, which is for 88% of the roof. So there is no any other window that we need another number. So I just want to clear that one. About the height of the basement, they had some question. We managed to not having a deep foundation there in order because the neighbor on the west side is very close to the property line, and they have a setback of less than 2 feet to the property line for the very long building. And so we consider that, and then trying to not having a deep foundation and a deep basement in order to avoid any shoring in that area. But overall, when we going for the building permit, and then we have the grading permit in a grading drawing in a place, and an engineering drawing in a place. City is looking to that, and they are as part of the building permit, they are notifying any shoring that we need. If we needed any shoring to protect and then secure the neighbor on the west, or even on the east, we have to provide the shoring, and then that shoring is happening in our property, and then is not encroaching or any encroachment to the neighbor property. I just wanted to clear that part as well. I am just going back to the item number 14, that the overall height of the building under the old bylaw, which is still under appeal in the municipal board, we are proposing the slope roof. It's not a flat roof building, but as part of the definition of the bylaw, old bylaw, when the building is a slope roof, that they have maximum 25% of the overall roof area is flat. Our proposed roof has more than just a slightly over 25% of the roof is flat, is 30%. So, and in the eye of zoning review, they see this as a flat roof, which is not, but in a number and technical, they taking it as a flat roof. And then for the flat roof, we have to have 8 meters of the height, and then we are 9.95. But the roof is not encroaching above and then beyond of the new bylaw, which is 10 meters. Even under the old bylaw, the midpoint of the roof has to be 8.8 meters from the crown of the street, and then still we are. But because the percentage of the flat is just slightly above 25%, they taking this one as a flat roof. It's just a technical issue. The overall height is not over and beyond everything that this committee approved, and then over and beyond of what the zoning bylaw is permitting. Going back to the other issue about the privacy, and in the back, we eliminate all the the variance number 6. Sorry, variance number.
Sir, can you summarize, please?
I am trying to summarize. We eliminate the variance number 8, which was related to the balcony at the south side. So the balcony is exactly about the permitted area of the balcony. We also provide and then propose a 2 privacy fence in order to comply with the privacy of the neighbor as well. And then we remove all the flat roof and then everything about the real right.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on this application, please, on this revised application? I don't think there's no necessity to read anything more into the record. I think we've done that to death. So if I could get a motion on this revised application, please. Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the proposal, as has been amended, meets the intent and purposes of the zoning bylaws. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application with the revisions that you've read into the records and without condition.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously, sir. Your revised application has been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bye.
Thank you. That ends our morning session. I think we'll take a break for lunch, 45 minutes. Okay, we'll be back in 45 minutes. Thank you.